we have everything on recording, and yeah, as mentioned, start with what is cloud native a bit, an introduction about how Payara Micro, how you what it is and what it isn't, how you can install it, how you can use it. And then we go to Jakarta EE and CDI. As I mentioned in the beginning, I'm not assuming, and since we have introduced ourselves, I see a few people that might not familiar with CDI, so I'm going to also give an explanation of CDI. Few advanced things at the end there, so hopefully everyone has something new to take away from that part. The difference between a fat jar and a hollow jar, especially important if you're considering deploying with containers and in Docker containers, in Kubernetes, etc. So then that can be an important decision to define how your application is going to be deployed, especially for performance and creating those images and starting them up, etc. Then the second part around Jakarta EE is then, of course, JAX-RS, the REST endpoints. That's another major building block of microservices, assuming that probably most of all the integrations are done through REST endpoints. So we'll cover that part, how you can define those endpoints, how you can capture parameters, how you can define security, for examples, etc., etc. There is also already a short introduction of MicroProfile config that will allow then us to have an exercise at the end of the day or this evening, if you like, so that you can play around with the things that you have learned today. There will be, of course, breaks during the day, one before noon and one afternoon, and we will have a lunch break of around 1 hour. So there is also plenty of time to recover, because I assume that for many of you there will be a lot of info, but the main goal probably is that you hear a bit what is possible, and so that you have pointers, you have starting points for your own research and your own track of starting to use Payara Micro after today. I'm going to review tomorrow what we're going to do, but mainly microservices, MicroProfile REST client, and other specifications, and a larger part around JPA and data access. Testing, of course, also an important factor, and then again we end with an exercise, if you like. This we covered already, so I wanted to do that before we started the recording. I'm going to work these 2 days with Java version 11, although there is no problem of using version 8 or even version 17. Mainly using version 11 because at least I hope that at least most of you can work with in their environment, in their professional environments, can start using already JDK 11 and are not limited to 8 or even an older version. Sometimes that can be an issue. Everything what I tell today is also available when you run on JDK 8, so that's not a problem, but I'm going to work with 11 in the hope, and as I said, that everyone can use that already, because there are mainly some performance improvements between 8 and 11, not related to the frameworks itself that we're going to use, like Payara Micro or Jakarta or whatever, but in general, the JDK gets better and better with each release, of course. And not only the new features, but just what is there, performance improvements, for example. I'm going to also use Maven. Any recent version will do. Again, Gradle will work fine. You can also use Gradle to set up your project and to build your application. But yes, I selected Maven for two reasons. I'm most familiar with Maven, and according to surveys, etc., Maven is still used by the majority. But of course, Gradle is as fine as Maven, and you can also use that. For that integration testing part, if you want to explore that part yourself, then for those who don't have already installed a Docker client, then you should install something like Docker Desktop, which is available on all the main platforms, Windows, Linux, and Mac users. But again, that's also, of course, optional if you want to do that or not. But that integration testing, what I'm going to explain, is built on Docker and on containers. The reason why and etc. That is something that I explain tomorrow. So then we come to the question. As some of you indicated, I want to learn about what is cloud native, what are microservices. So what is now cloud native? And actually, you have there two names in it. And some people interpret it different. They interpret it as two different names, to the different words. You have cloud, and you have something that then natively, that it runs within the cloud, or only within the cloud, because it is designed to running in the cloud only, for example. Or some people interpret it as a word, as a single word, as cloud native. Cloud native, and then they have a slightly different idea and a slightly different purpose with that word. So that's already one thing, that what is different. First of all, cloud, you know that a lot of companies nowadays move from what's called from on-premise deployments to a cloud. So instead of having their servers physically most of the time within a certain room within their company, where they are maintaining all the aspects from installing, updating, upgrading, etc. themselves, they are going to move to the cloud, where there is somewhere in the world, in a specific region, you specify, choose a region which is close to you, because you have always the latencies for your end users also. So there is somewhere cloud provider that provides you sometimes a physical server, but most of the time it is a virtual server, so it is a part of a bigger system. But that allows you to scale your organization easily, because yeah, if you decide, oh, I need today a new server, then yeah, you can just go to that cloud provider, do a few clicks on a web page or with the command line, and you have your new server. If you have to do that in your own data center, then of course you need to order it, you install it, etc. So that takes more time, so it is more flexible to do that within the cloud. Also, those cloud solutions, they are sometimes, not always, but sometimes also more optimal in resource you use it. You can more easily define, oh, for this application it's only used with a small number of concurrent users. I don't need a big server for that, so you can choose a smaller instance for that. For others, you can choose a larger one. So that's that allows you to choose the right sizing for your environment, which should be then more cost efficient. Of course, within the cloud, it's not for free. You don't get anything for free. You pay for the resources that you are using. So, and what a lot of companies nowadays also see that is that that the cost related to having those services, those resources in the cloud is also a substantial amount. And of course, it can be easier, etc., but it's not for free, so don't forget it. Those cloud environments also allow for automation. That's also the idea of that cloud native a bit. I'll come to that in a moment, that you have a lot of automation possible, because creating a new server, starting up a new instance can be done through the a CLI of that cloud hosting provider. So with a few commands, which can be included in a scripting or whatever, and you can set up your machine, you can install a certain configuration, which is then of course repeatable because it is automated. You have reduced the error factor, the human error factor. Some people also say cloud is more secure because they are responsible, for instance, for updating the operating system, for instance, for providing the firewall, so they are more expert in those things, and they so that means it is done better. But of course, it should not be the case that it's more secure. You should have also your experts working locally if you have an on-premise system, and you should also do whatever is needed to make it secure for your end users. But it's probably just a bit easier to follow all the best practices and the standards. And there are different cloud models. Probably many of you have heard this already. You have different types of clouds where more aspects are done for you automatically, or that you have to do more things yourself. The cloud, you can see them, there are many different variations and small differences, but mainly you have three blocks, which are then infrastructure as a service. At the left one, you have platform as a service, and you have software as a service. With infrastructure as a service, you only have then, as I mentioned, your server there, your machine with an amount of memory and CPU, and you have a network available, so that you have that is accessible from the outside, for example. With the platform as a service, then you have already installed certain applications. For instance, as we are talking about Payara, for instance, you can have a system where the Payara web server or the Payara full server is already installed for you, and it will be maintained by that cloud provider. So it will be updated at regular intervals, especially for the minor versions, for instance, so that you're always running on the latest version. If you do that yourself, of course, with the infrastructure as a service, that's also a possibility, but then you have to maintain that manually. You have to do that. And then you have something like a software as a service, where you have there not only like Payara server installed for you, but you have everything configured for you. Most of the time, software as a service is compared with your email. You just have a client on your machine, and the email server is already there. You just need to fill in a few configurations, like your host, etc., your domain. But it can also be a database. A database is completely there. You have already schemas defined. The only thing that you receive then for that case is that you have username and password with the admin rights, and that you can start. a bit a combination of, at least I see it as a combination of infrastructure and platform, is the containerized services as the CAAS, where you have Docker, mostly Kubernetes or something alike, like AWS, you have AKS, where you have that available. So the entire platform, the entire product is installed, is also maintained by the cloud vendor. So they do upgrades to the system with each new version of Kubernetes, for instance. But it is a bit also the level of infrastructure, because you have only then pods running and etc. So you are still responsible for deploying your application in a containerized way to that system. So there's a bit of, at least in my eyes, a bit of a mixture of those two, infrastructure and a platform. And as I said, there are many variations on this theme in the world, but roughly you can see them in one of these four categories, and you, of course, need to find out what works best for you, which model works best for you, if you're willing to do more, or if you just say, well, I'm using something and it's fine, whatever they do, I just want to have a few configuration options required, or install my application that's also needed, because each application is unique. You have your own unique applications. There is a nice comparison made by Ottavio Santana. You know, probably a few of you know him, sorry, which is called Pizza as a Service, where you have the traditional on-premise, where you have the infrastructure as a service, where you have already the pizza dough and available. It's made for you. You only have to heat it up in your own oven and eat it, of course. Platform as a service, where it is even already baked for you. You have it delivered at home. And the last level, the software as a service, he sees it as going and dining out, so that you have a nice table and you're served, etc. So I find that a nice comparison with something that we all know. If you cannot really imagine immediately what infrastructure as a service, platform, and software as a service, are differences in level of what you need to do and what is provided by the cloud provider. Now, that's cloud, and some people just say, "Oh, I'm running on a cloud provider, and I'm running also cloud native." So what they call lift and shift. They just convert, copy, basically unaltered, more or less, your environment that you have on-premise to a cloud situation. And they call it cloud and cloud native. That's one option to think about cloud native. But other people believe that lift and shift is not really a move to cloud native, that you need something more. But what that something more is not always clear. And an exact definition of what is cloud native is not easy to find. And well, there are different opinions about what is then cloud native, more than just a lift and shift. And for instance, on the Pivotal website, related to that Spring and Spring Boot framework, if you look there to see what they are talking about when they're saying cloud native, then they mention several times the advantages of the cloud computing model. Not specifically going into more detail of what those advantages then are. Probably related to that maintenance model, that automation, etc. But not, oh, you need to use a certain specific service. To give an example, before you can say that you're cloud native. So that's not what they are mentioning. Then there is one of the books, this one from Pact, publishing around how you can design cloud native applications. And well, there they say that cloud native is actually just a way of thinking and reasoning about software system. It's not even about using a specific functionality what is available in the cloud or in those cloud or what is provided by those cloud providers. And they mentioned then those things what you typically see with cloud is that you have your disposable infrastructure. As I mentioned, you have the CLI tools where you can just create an instance, start up a server and delete a server just by a simple command on the command line. And yeah, composed of bounded scales globally, embraces disposable architecture, but other than that, typical clouds use it through the CLI. There is not that much different. So they focus on the automation part, what I mentioned, that you can do. But other than that, yeah, there is not anything really specific that they say this is required to say that you're cloud native. InfoWorld has a few articles around it. There is one titled, "What is Cloud Native? The Modern Way to Develop Software." Again, here it is about that automation. It makes use of the advantages of the cloud computing delivery model that automation. So cloud native is about how applications are created and deployed, not where. So they say that you can even have cloud native applications on your own on-premise situation, as long as if you have everything automated from the first line, the first action until the last action, then that's also cloud native, because they say it does not matter where it is deployed. Okay, that's of course confuses a lot of the idea of the concept what is now cloud native. Another book about the cloud native development patterns and best practices. So then you hope to find there something more. And here they go, that author goes into a different direction, more focusing on that microservice aspect, because he mentioned to independently deploy, update, replace, and scale your application. So for him, the cloud native is all about microservices, that independent way of creating your application in smaller pieces, whatever small may indicate what that means. And I think this one is the last one from O'Reilly, another book for the cloud native transformation. So what it describes how you become cloud native, what you need to do. He mentions that it is more than a tool set, so it is more than that command line. It is a complete architecture, a philosophical approach for building applications. Take full advantage of the cloud computing. So there is explicitly more focus on what those cloud environments can bring you, because those cloud environments, you have also user management there. You have databases, sometimes specific databases, etc. Monitoring logging systems. So that is what is referred to in this case, that it is more than just the automation, that you also should take advantage of those features and functionalities that are available on those platforms. Probably you would think that the cloud native definition is then found at the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, because it's a foundation around cloud native. And there they combine a bit of the ideas what we saw from the other authors in the previous slides, also focusing on microservice, the run scalable applications in dynamic environments. So that means that you have environments where you can start up in your stop your services and servers and instances easily. But there are also service meshes and microservices, declarative APIs, etc. So it's a bit of a mixture of the things that we have seen before. So that's a bit the idea that that people have, that most people have around cloud native, that it is a combination of several factors, which makes that you are cloud native or not. And it is not that black and white. It is not bitwise. It is not, oh, you are cloud native if you are doing something, and if you don't do it, you are not cloud native. It is a bit of a set of ways of working, ideas, technologies that makes you more or less cloud native, but it's not black and white. It's not 0 or 1. First of all, you have that DevOps, as you see in that image. You have that the DevOps ID, so that you have that automation through command line, but that it's also part of the team itself. So it's not the idea that sometimes in some organizations there you have, which can also work fine, of course, but that you have one team that just develops and then say, well, here is my application, and it goes to another team, mainly completely unrelated to that first team, saying, okay, now I need to deploy that in my environment, in my production environment. Because of course it is better if those teams collaborate. So each can have their own specialization, of course, or even one person can do really both things if you know all about those things. Because it can be important to know a few things about your application to successfully deploy it, of course. So that the DevOps ID is also part of that cloud native concept. You have that continuous delivery, that automation, that you have Jenkins or some other tool that after each commit at least creates your application, your deployment, that test it, that can go very extended, that can be very extensive, minimal testing, unit testing, maybe a bit of integration testing, or it can be an extreme large test with client testing and etc., reducing the amount of human intervention, and even some people, instead of the CD from continuous delivery, that the application is delivered, they also see CD as continuous deployment, that after there was done a successful commit, that it is automatically deployed to production. So they deploy 5, 10, 20 times to production each day. That is nice that it flows automatically. It can, of course, also be a risk, especially if you are not 100% sure that your tests cover every little corner case, because if something is in production, it can go wrong, and it has been proven to go wrong, even with Amazon, where they pushed something on a Friday evening, and all things were available on, or a lot of their products were available for 99 cents on their website instead of the normal price. So that means that, yeah, that was a bit of a disaster on a Friday evening, of course. The other part of cloud native, I mentioned, there is a focus on microservices. Some sources put more stress on it, that they stress more on that part of if you really need microservices or not. My idea about that, and a lot of other people, is that yeah, microservices are fine, but don't overdo it. There was even a mentioning of, I think last week, that probably even 80 to 90% of the companies don't need microservices, but can just work with some kind of nicely structured monoliths. Of course, you have different applications that are communicating to each other, but not the typical microservices where every little piece of functionality is in a different service, because that can also be a nightmare. And not everyone is Google, not everyone is Netflix. So there are only a few companies that apply for that kind of complexity to probably have full benefits of those microservices. With all that automation, that DevOps, that continuous delivery, that container part is most of the time there also, because Kubernetes and the way to scale your application to deploy it in a more optimal way is then there, of course, also as that part. So any comment, question, remark on this cloud native part? And the idea that I want to present to you about what is cloud native or not? If there is no immediate question, then let's continue on what we will focus on. As I mentioned already in the agenda, we are building on top of a few architectural aspects. That cloud native part was one of them. And we are going to use Jakarta EE and MicroProfile as frameworks. They are typically combined. They are also available within Payara Micro. So Payara Micro is our runtime. So we will cover what is Payara Micro now specifically, how it is different from, for example, the Payara server, different from other classic Jakarta runtimes like Wildfly or Open Liberty, or even different from, let's say, Quarkus, Spring Boot, Helidon, and those kind of things. I'll briefly mention what you typically can expect from Payara Micro, where you can position Payara Micro. And we will also use then MicroStream then tomorrow as a way to handle data in your environment. So not from what I got from the introduction from the people is that not everyone is familiar with Java EE or Jakarta EE and what it is. Some of you are probably very well aware of what of all the details, but for sake that everyone is more or less at the same page, I'm going to give a short introduction of what Jakarta EE is and how you can compare it to Spring and Spring Boot, for example. So Java EE, and now named Jakarta EE, is a set of specifications which is specifically focused on enterprise features like distributed computing and web services. So within pure Java SE, the standard Java EE, your public static void main class that you can write yourself, then you can write your own web service there. You can create a socket that listens for connections, and you could handle that. But yeah, then you have to write everything yourself, of course, which is not ideal in most cases. You should get help of things which are always the same, always repeated in every project. And then that Java EE is, or Jakarta EE is there a possible solution for that. Important in this definition is that it is a specification. So actually, with Java EE itself, you cannot run an application. Java EE and Jakarta EE is a set of interfaces and abstract classes, a document that describes how the things should work. And the third part is a TCK, the test compatibility kit, that defines if a certain implementation says that it follows the specification, that then it makes sure that there are tests to prove that all the things that are written in the specification in that document, that the functionality is followed by that implementation. So if you say I'm running my application on Java EE, then you have to say an additional sentence, and I'm using as an implementation, as a runtime, I'm using Payara, I'm using Wildfly, I'm using OpenLiberty, WebLogic, or TomEE, etc., Apache TomEE, etc. That's a bit different for those who come from other environments, also different from Spring and Spring Boot, because Spring is the actual runtime, is the code that is able to run your application. So it's not the specification, it is also the implementation. And Spring also uses the some of the Java or the Jakarta EE specifications. One of the things is that you have the servlet specification, which is also available within Spring. Also the JAX-RS for the resting points. Spring has its own Spring MVC and Spring Web. They have also alternatives for it, but they are also using a lot of Jakarta EE specification. So some people say that Spring is completely different and not related at all to Jakarta EE. That's not entirely true. It was started in December 1999. The first version was, funny enough, called 1.2 because that was aligned with the Java version, which came out at that point, and it was also in 1999. There was Java 1.2 released, and by the end of the year, then you had that enterprise extensions, which was also delivered by Sun, because Java at that point was still maintained by Sun. Later on, it became Oracle. Sun was bought by Oracle. And in September 2017, after more or less a year of silence around Jakarta Java EE at that point with Oracle, then that Java EE was donated to the Eclipse Foundation as open source, which started a large process of the migration, but also the requirement to change package names, as I will show in the next slide. Yes, there are a few remarks in the comment. There is also a lot of naming confusion because initially it was called J2EE, Then with version 5, it became Java EE when they introduced all those annotations. And as of 2017, it became Jakarta EE. But people are still mixing those all those terms, because probably also some of you, I still get recruiters and other people saying, oh, we need someone with recent knowledge in J2EE, which of course is already no longer the case since 2012, I think, that name is no longer in use. So that's already more than 10 years. But Jakarta EE is now the official name. Yes, that's also what we are going to use. Maybe I'm going to pull up that slide. It is here. And we are going to use Jakarta EE8. So to make clear what is then available in the examples that we are what we are showing today and tomorrow, I have made this timeline. As I mentioned, Java EE8 was the last version just in 2017 by Oracle. Then it was donated there in September, and there was that code was then all transferred. It was millions of code lines. It was, if you want to have some size comparison, it was more than a complete operating system. So most operating systems have less code than within Jakarta EE. Jakarta EE is, of course, divided in a lot. It's around 37 different projects, different specifications. So it's not that we are using something big and massive like an operating system for running our simple application. But it was a lot of work to just move that code from one environment, the Oracle environment, to the Eclipse Foundation. And have all these scripts and to generate all the artifacts and publish them, etc., etc. So that took almost 2 years. I think it was announced in September 2017. It was started in 2018, beginning of, and about a year and a half later, we had something which was called Jakarta EE8, which is binary identical to Java EE8, except the Maven artifact names are different. So if you include it in your project, you have to use then the Jakarta Maven artifact name and no longer the Java one. Once the code was there, there was another requirement from Oracle. Oracle donated that code base, but Java is a trademarked word, so you are not allowed to use it. Even I should always say, if I say Java, Oracle, Java, etc., because there is a copyright notice, etc. So that means that the specification, the Java EE specifications, they had all the namespace at javax.servlet.http request, for instance. And so there was Java X in that package names. There was Java X in XML schemas, etc. So that was not allowed. Well, it was allowed in the initial code, but there was no modification allowed. So every class which was donated was basically read-only. There was no way of changing anything. So that's not a good idea, of course. But since it was now open source, you had the opportunity to create something completely new based on that same code base. So that's what the Jakarta namespace then was. So they changed every package name, they changed every XML schema from Java X to Jakarta. And that was then done in Jakarta EE9. That took also about a year to have that done, all the things, also because there is an enormous TCK test suite for when I was working with Payara, for example. If you run the entire TCK for the entire server, that takes around 9 hours or something. So just to give you an idea of the massive scale of code, what there is, tests that there are something like 50,000 tests, most of them integration tests, so they take quite some time. They all needed to be changed, they all needed to, the code needed to be changed, etc. So there was a lot of work for Jakarta EE9, which was more or less an interim. It was always said that, okay, we need to do that work, but it's not really the idea that people are using, that users are using Jakarta EE9 in production. It is an intermediate step to Jakarta EE10, where we have really new functionality, which now came out in September of this year. So there is now a lot of, there are now substantial changes within the entire Jakarta EE code base, also feature-wise. In between, there was also a 9.1, which allowed for certification on JDK 11. Jakarta EE10 is JDK 11 only, and I mean JDK 11 and JDK 17, so no longer JDK 8. Most of the runtimes support also Jakarta EE8 on JDK 11, for example. It's not that the specification does not say that it is possible that you as a vendor are not allowed to do it. You only don't have a certificate, an official certificate of running the server on JDK 11. So, as mentioned, we are going to use Jakarta EE8 just because EE10 is just out. There are a few very interesting points in EE10. That's not a problem, but I assume that something like 95% of the world is still involved in EE8, running EE8, not EE10. So maybe next year when I redo this this workshop, this training, I'll can switch to EE10 and include there the new functionality which is there available. Any question around that history of and of the definition of and the what Jakarta EE is, and a bit comparison, for example, with Spring, but that it is not exactly the same as Jakarta, although as I've put it on the slide, functionality-wise, you can do more or less the same. The IDs are more or less the same because, yeah, they have evolved during what now, around 15 years in parallel. They have taken IDs from each other because Spring Boot was purely inspired on how Jakarta worked, etc. So that Java EE at the time still with those annotations. So and that's declarative approach. So they have evolved in parallel, taking each other's IDs and incorporated that in their own system. A question from Oliver: is there anything relevant to the difference between OpenJDK and Oracle JDK besides licensing? That's another story. That's a very large story, because I can probably briefly touch that by, if I'm correctly, there is something like the Fuji site with the marketplace where you can have a listing of all the JDK versions. I did not went to it lately, so I might not find it immediately. Distributions. Is it this one? Yeah. So you see, there is not just OpenJDK and Oracle JDK. There is a lot of, here now 11 only. You should, if I count them, 2, 4, 6, 8. There are 11 different versions of the JDK, and they are mostly the same, but there are a few sometimes important differences. First of all, and here there is now no difference, but I think with the 11, you see, sometimes, so you have the basic code, the code base of Java, of the JDK itself, which is called OpenJDK, but that it's pure a code base. There is not an official release in binary format of that code base. But that OpenJDK code base is open source with a few restrictions. For example, you cannot copy it, change the package name and sell it as your own new version, whatever. That's not allowed. But everyone is allowed to take that code base and make some additions to it. And just as with the Jakarta EE, vendors can add their own functionality on top of Jakarta EE. Here, that's also possible. And they can then provide that binary to their users for free sometimes not. Sometimes, as you see, there are commercial licenses like the Oracle JDK, but also Azul Prime as a commercial license. But most of them are the original license from the codebase, and that's GPL version 2 plus class path exceptions. So that there are a few exceptions that you can do and cannot do with that version. Another difference is that not all releases are tested against that TCK. So there is also a TCK for Java itself, and the test compatibility kit. That does not mean, for instance, that Adopt OpenJDK, for example, would do something completely different. So if you run a Java application on Adopt OpenJDK or on Corretto, for example, that you have something completely different as output, or that you get errors in one case and not in the other. The only thing is that you are not 100% sure, that you don't have any guarantee that every little detail is as described in the TCK. But in 99.999% of the cases, there you will not see any kind of difference. And as mentioned, every vendor, sometimes even in the open source version, in the GPL version 2, have some additions. For instance, Azul has some additional functionality in their version. So if you're using that OpenJDK, you can make use of that. IBM has something specific. They even have which is not here, the OpenJ9 version, which is actually not entirely based on that OpenJDK source base, but it's not here. So that's a bit of a surprise for me. So there are some small differences in additional functionality, but basically the main difference, as you mentioned, Oliver, in your question, is the license. Sometimes it's open source, others are commercial. It's probably a bit more than your question, but is that clear for you and for the rest of the people? I think the next thing was, going to continue a bit before I do a little break. So as I mentioned, it is a specification. There are 3 things in it. There is a document describing the functionality. So that's pure text. You cannot execute it. There is some API, mostly interfaces and abstract classes, some regular classes, but it's just an API. You need more than that API to able to run an application successfully. And then you have that test compatibility kit. And then here on the right, I have given the list of all the certified, so they all pass the TCK, of all the servers that that you can use if you say you want to use Jakarta EE 8. So you see they are in alphabetic order, so there is no no preference indicated by the order. It's just alphabetically. You have the most of you know those names like the Apache TomEE, you have the Glassfish, Open Liberty, you have the Oracle WebLogic server, Wildfly, etc. You have also Payara, the community and enterprise version. But there are also other versions which you probably not know unless you probably are from that area. There are in the eastern part of the world, there are some specific servers, application servers, which are used over there, but not here. And I don't say that they are not good or whatever. It's just that they are quite regional and they have their own content user base, I guess. Are these full stack servers only, as Tomcat, for example, is missing? Yeah, correct. Tomcat is not a Jakarta EE runtime. Tomcat is only a servlet container. So I'm coming to that next slide, I think. Yeah. So Tomcat is missing a few important functionalities by default. So before with EE10, there is now a new profile, the core profile, which even contains less things. But while all of the runtimes that the products that I mentioned on the previous page, which is just taken from the website, from the Jakarta official website, then you need more than servlet. So your product must have included, for example, REST. You must have JAX-RS included. You must have CDI included. You must have EGB Lite included within your product, which is not the case for Tomcat. So that's why Tomcat is not a certified product. That does not mean that you cannot create enterprise applications and web applications, whatever, with Tomcat. It just means that it is not a Jakarta runtime. And that is then the reason why you have Apache TomEE. So they combine all the implementations of Apache done by Apache for REST, for instance, for CDI, for EGB, etc., on top of Tomcat, and they call it TomEE, TomEE Tomcat Enterprise Edition, which is then certified. That's done by the company TomEE Tribe. But Tomcat itself is not there in that list because it is missing a few of these specification by default. Actually, it's only using servlet and GNDI, which is not on this list, but and JSPs are also supported, so server pages. So those are all the only things that are by default bundled within Tomcat. You can, of course, just as you do with Spring, you have there that Tomcat is also, or Jetty is the runtime within Spring and Spring Boot. I think only Spring Boot. And then you can add your own dependencies within your project, and that's also a way how you can run your application. But the idea of a Jakarta runtime is that everything which is listed on this page, depending on the profile, is already in your runtime available. You don't need to provide it through your application. Does that difference, is that clear, the difference between Tomcat and these runtimes which support the other specifications? And Payara Micro is a Jakarta web profile. So it is not a full server. For that, you have the Payara web server. You have the Payara full server for that. And Payara Micro is also, what we will see later on in example, is also the idea that you don't have to install it. I think I have a slide of it, so I probably don't need to tell much now about it because I have that slide. But I want to mention already that it is a web profile. There are a few exceptions in the sense that concurrency is normally only in the full platform available, but it is available within Payara Micro. So they have the web profile, including the concurrency there. Messaging, for instance, there is not included. So that means that you don't have those messaging queues. So you don't have a server that hosts queues. So you cannot send messages to Payara Micro and they are queued and then processed, etc. So that's not possible. What is included in Payara Micro is that you have a messaging client. So you can send messages to a queue, to a JMS through the JMS specification. So that's possible, but it is not a product that has a queue itself. For instance, the Payara full server has a completely functional JMS system in it. So you can send messages to it and you have, they are queued and they are handled, etc. So that's not the case. So yeah, as you mentioned, JMS consumer, there is no JMS consumer within Payara Micro. You can only send a JMS client, there is, so you can send messages, but there you cannot. There is no consumer. There is no queue facility within Payara Micro. Also, not in Payara Web, and they also have a product called Payara Web, so that's also not available there. So talk about MicroProfile later on, but Payara and Payara Micro specifically is a Jakarta EE and MicroProfile compatible application server, or runtime as they call it these days, no longer application server. As I mentioned, the Payara Micro here at the bottom, web profile, and there are more. I don't say that it's not possible to run Payara server in a container, but Payara Micro, it is easier to get that running in a containerized environment, because there are some specific additions to make that easier. And Payara server, on the other hand, is a what they call the typical application server, following that full profile. And you also have there those 3 steps. For those that worked, there are a few of you that worked with Payara server or are working. You have to install it, then you have to configure it, and then you can run your application. So you have 3 more or less distinct phases. Which is, of course, a bit problematic if you do that in the cloud, because that means that, yeah, you first have to install it somewhere in the cloud, then you have to configure it somewhere. So it's not that, oh, I have here a Docker container and I can just run it. If I start my container, then Payara is running with my application. That is possible, but more difficult with Payara server. So that's the reason also for Payara Micro, because there you have the ability to, well, it is not, you don't need to install it. It's executed with that Java -jar, right? So it is an executable jar file, as we will see in one of the examples in a moment. You just start it up as without installation. Configuring is done on the fly, as we will see a bit today, and but more especially with JPA tomorrow. And then it runs immediately your application. So that's the reason why Payara Micro is more suited for containerized environments, and also limited to web because, for instance, it is lacking the SOAP capabilities, but most of the microservices and those kind of applications are not related to SOAP or have the need to run or make SOAP requests. Purely those REST endpoints, the JAX-RS, for example. I'll propose that we have a look at your first, for those that are not familiar with Payara Micro, your first intro with Payara Micro. After the break, there is a question that maybe I can do first. How can I test if an application running on Payara server can work on Payara Micro? Then you, first of all, you have here a different set. So if you know because you know your application, that you are having GMS consumers, or that you have, for example, SOAP available within your application, then it will not be able to run on Payara Micro. Another thing is that there are specific Maven artifacts for the web profile only and for the full profile. Let's go to Maven. Maven search Jakarta web profile. This is I can probably switch to the 8, but it's basically the same. So, for example, if you only have this dependency, if you add this dependency, or you use this dependency instead of the Jakarta API, so without the web here. So if you are having this dependency in your POM file as provided, and your application still compiles, then it probably can run on Payara Micro. If you change your dependency from Jakarta EE-API to Jakarta EE-web-API, and it does not compile anymore, then you know for certain that it will not run on Payara Micro, because it needs something which is available in that full profile only, like messaging, for example, the GMS consumers, SOAP, etc., which is not available in Payara Micro. In the beginning, I said if it compiles with the web API, you have a high probability that it works. But yeah, of course, you still need to test it out if every little detail works. But if it already compiles, then you have a high chance that it is fine. So I propose that we have something like a 15 minutes break. So also for me, so that I can get another warm drink, because otherwise my voice will not last for two days. And that you also have the chance to have your minds set off to something else for 15 minutes. And then we continue with, we continue then by a first demo of Payara Micro, and then we continue with CDI. So I'm going to, you have already the link. Now I've lost my message I want to do. Yes, then after that we do cover CDI, and so that we are all aware of that. And then we can probably until lunch this noon. I'll keep the Zoom meeting on, so you can just stay on. You can switch off if you like. It's whatever you like. But I just keep the Zoom meeting on, so you don't need to drop off and join later on in 15 minutes then. So welcome back, everyone. I was already showing the answer for that question about this around if it's possible or not to include SOAP with Payara Micro. So it is possible by adding a specific framework like Apache 6F or Metro on top of the Payara Micro, but it is not officially supported. But it should be possible to do it and then convert your application to use REST endpoints. Are there any other questions that you came up during the break, or is the more theoretical part fine for everyone? And then we can start now with the more hands-on things that you can see things in action, because not all of you, but most of you are developers, so code is more than slides. So it was on the slide. It was already by someone posted in the chat. Thank you for that. You can go for the Payara downloads here, the Payara Platform Community Edition, which is free to use. It's open source, free to use in production or any kind of environment that you like. Yeah, there is now with the release of Jakarta EE 10 in September, end of September, there is now also the official first version of Payara 6, but that's then EE 10, so that's not what we are going to use. Although probably all the examples that we see, you just have to change the Jakarta, the namespace from JavaX to Jakarta, and it still works, but we are going to use that at the latest version of the Payara 5, which is based on Jakarta EE 8. We will going to use that. So there is also another way that you will see in a moment, but this is one way that you can get hold of the Payara Micro jar file. So it is just a single jar file that you can click here on download, and then you have that single jar file. I have downloaded that already up front, and I have renamed it to Payara-micro.jar. I have removed the version numbering because that's easier to type, although I have also autocomplete on the command line, but it's most of the time more convenient to just say Java manager Payara micro jar like this. So as I said, should be on the Java version. It should be on JDK 11 or 17. It works also on 17. And then you can start up Payara Micro like this. And here you should then do the path to, there are other ways, but one of the things which is very handy is to do it like this, path to my WAR file. And then it starts up your application immediately, configures it. You can also start it without anything, but of course that will not be very useful because you see there is no URL available. There are no endpoints that you can call because there is nothing, but it starts up completely. Starts up also in Hazelcast cluster, etc. So you can also within the cloud you can have multiple instances clustered together, and then yeah, you see that your Payara 5 2022.4, so the naming convention is there that this is the year and this is the release within that year. So this is the fourth release within this year for Payara 5 micro. Normally there is every month except for this year because the focus was already on migrating to Jakarta EE 10, which means that there were only 4 releases this year, and .4 release will be last open source version. So now only enterprise versions will be available of Payara 5 and of Jakarta EE 8. And so no longer any free version on Jakarta EE 8. There is a question around the JSON mapping. JSON is compatible with Jakarta EE namespace. Not sure. The default for JSON-B in Payara is JSON, I believe, in version 6 as well. Yes, for what I know, the JSON-B is provided by the JSON framework. Is JSON latest version Jakarta namespace? That's something that I do not know by heart. Let me think. Yeah, yes, no, it is not. I'm confused myself, so try to find it out. And then JSON. Yeah, I should data bind, taking the data bind. Most of the time, if you just look at this is that I should have this data binding, which is the one. There should be a mention, since they are still on the same version 2, I think it is not converted or yet to the Jakarta namespace. So if you want to use that, it's not available yet, but I assume it will be done very soon because Spring is also used depending on it, and they have now with Spring 6 also the Jakarta namespace. So I assume that it will be very soon that there is also a JSON library available for the Jakarta namespace. So that's one way how you can access the binary. You can download it from their website. You can also download it immediately from Maven Central because it is also there. So if you search it on Maven Central, and you can also include it as part of your Maven build that's going to be showcased in one of the examples in a moment. Some people, that's probably not here the case, but some people ask why Payara. You have chosen for the Payara training, so you have probably some kind of interest in Payara. Why not Wildfly? Why not Open Liberty? Why not whatever other implementation? They are all certified implementation, so they have Jakarta and MicroProfile implementation. They not everyone had that in the beginning, MicroProfile included. Now there is also within Wildfly, for example, you have those MicroProfile specifications included now since 2 years or something. Why? But as you know, I worked some time for Payara, so maybe I'm biased. What I find it interesting is that there are cloud and container specific features, which makes it easier to use probably than others. You have those nice clustering capabilities with Hazelcast, which also work in the cloud, so you can exchange their data through your different instances of your application through that Hazelcast, which is nice. And yeah, people always say that Payara has good support, so that's something that isn't for the account for those people, but they are very helpful and friendly people. But I could give probably exact the same course on like this on Wildfly, on Open Liberty, etc. There is, by the way, a Open Liberty course also with JAVAPRO. So first thing what I want to go then into more detail is then context and dependency injection or CDI, because that's really the building the building block, the foundation of Jakarta EE, just as the Spring Beans and Spring Injection, etc. And this is the building foundation of the Spring framework. CDI was not in the beginning there, so it's also only included in Java EE 6 at that point as an alternative for EGB. But now it becomes more and more important, and the importance of EGB is decreasing. They are even already discussing should we entirely deprecate EGBs, but there are two things which are not really there yet, is the concurrency handling and the automatic transaction handling, or at least the more advanced things of the transaction handling, which you see with EGBs are not yet available within CDI. So it's not, you cannot replace all functionality of EGB yet with CDI, but it is becoming more and more important with each release. For instance, as a side note, because it's not really around this course, but with the Jakarta EE 10, with the JSF, Jakarta Faces, there the dependency injection is what was there, the managed beans. For those that know JSF, it's now deprecated and removed in favor of CDI. It was already available within JSF in Jakarta EE 8 now, but it is now in E10. It is either already partially removed the code, or the rest is deprecated, so that you must use CDI as the beans for JSF. In the next version of JAX-RS, JAX-RS has also its own dependency mechanism with it at a resource. I'll come to that this afternoon. Also within JAX-RS in the next version, which will be included in Jakarta EE 11, the dependency mechanism will the only dependency mechanism will be CDI, so no longer the dependency mechanism of JAX-RS itself. So CDI becomes more and more important with each release. And as for those that know Spring, it is the way of creating objects by the server itself, which is bounded to lifecycle context, as they call. So you can have a bean which is created for a specific request. So it is created the first time that you use it within that request, and after the request is finished, so the response is sent back to the client, to the one that called you, and that bean is automatically removed, is out of scope, and it can be garbage collected. So you have a well-defined lifecycle, so that can be for the entirety of your application when it's running, for a certain session of the user linked to the HTTP session, for a request, etc. So the lifecycle at the time between creation and disposal is clearly defined, and what you also have is what is the dependency injection. You can say, well, this bean requires another bean for its functionality. A request bean which holds the values, for instance, which the user has sent, can then call a service which is general for your application, with the business logic, storing the data, whatever. So that means that your bean does not need to search for an implementation itself, or does not need to instantiate it, but it just gets that injected, which also means that you have more decoupled code. So there is no need for a request bean that just holds the data of your customer, that it knows any kind, or that it needs to know how to search for a certain service that it needs to call. It just says, I need to have that type of service, that functionality required, and it gets that automatically injected. And the additional benefit with those injected objects, that means that they can be decorated. Decoration means that there are interceptors. There are, for instance, transaction interceptors. Every time that you call a certain method from that bean, there is automatically a transaction started and a commit is performed, unless there is an exception, for example. Of course, there is automatically a commit at the end of that method, or a rollback in case there is an exception. So with that decoration functionality that you can provide yourself, you have some defaults and default behaviors, but you can provide your own interceptors to do logging, security, to do some generic functionality required for your application. You can easily create that with interceptors. CDI has also a very powerful eventing and notification system. I will show you that in an example. So it's like the listener principle, where you can say that one class is sending out information to all the listeners. But with CDI, there is no need that the listeners know the producers and vice versa. In standard producer-listener concept pattern, a listener always registers itself to the producer, so it needs to know where the producer is. With CDI, you don't have that requirement. You just say, hey, I'm a bean and I'm interested in this kind of events. So I'm a listener for that event, but it does not register itself to a producer. And the producer just say, oh, I have here an event, and it says that to CDI, please inform all the listeners. So the CDI system is an intermediate between the listeners and the producers, which makes them completely independent of each other. Question is that, is our CDI events synchronous or asynchronous? That's something that you can define. So both options are available. I can maybe cover that, the difference in a moment with the example. With that dependency injection, you have that typical what's called inversion of control. So instead that what more or less explained with that request bean and that service, it's not your main method which needs to look for the service A and look for service B, etc. You just have a container where service A is available or can be created by the container if needed, if requested. Service B can request it, and they are injected into your main class even, or in your other resources, and they can be used. So it is inversion of the control, like the sometimes called the Hollywood principle. Don't call us, we call you. For instance, if you were an actor in Hollywood, it's not that you would ask for a movie that can I play in that one. It's the other way around. The movie decides, hey, I want to have this actor, and they call you. So they give you that information. As I said, it will be more hands-on so that you can see things in actions, of course. For this example, I'm going to use CDI, but CDI purely using SE, standard edition. So I'm not using Payara Micro for this. Because it is possible, that's one thing, and it makes things less complicated. Let's do step by step. The first thing is getting to know CDI. It is also nice to know that you can use that CDI within a Java SE program. So even outside Payara Micro, but it can be used, for instance, for a client, command line program, whatever, a client. There was even one who said who was working with Swing. You can even build your Swing application on top of CDI and then call, for instance, REST endpoints and those kind of things. Again, just for having all information, Jakarta the JAX-RS now in the latest version for EE10 also has that SE version. So you can now start even up an entire server with CDI and JAX-RS purely with a main method. With the public static main method, you can start it up. So I'm playing around with that. Actually, it is working since this weekend. So maybe a little hint. There is the the Jakarta 1 live stream on December 6th, where I presented. So then you can see that, for example, also in action. Purely SE. So the only difference, what you then need to keep in mind, everything what I show you here is also possible within Payara Micro. So that's one nice thing, and it is easier to show because I have just a main method. The only difference is that you never start a container yourself within Payara Micro. You have already a container there available. It is started when Payara Micro starts. But here, of course, within the main method, I have to start it by myself. One of the things which is also possible within Payara Micro is that you have programmatic access to the beans. When it starts up, it scans your class path to see which beans are there defined. Come to that in a moment on how you can define that. And then they are all available in the bean manager. That the bean manager is responsible for maintaining all those versions that metadata of which beans are available and the actual instances which are created for each scope, request scope, or etc. There is no request scope here, of course, with on SE, but there is a application scope, as we will see. And for instance, if you ask, each bean has always an indication for which contract that bean works. And one of the contracts which are always there is that it is an object, because every Java class is an object. So that means that by asking every bean which implements object, you have, of course, all the beans which are defined within CDI. So if you run that application, I'm going to also show you the link, provide you the link to these examples. They are available on a GitHub repo. Then you will see that there are already a lot of beans. So a few of them are defined within this project. But a lot of them are just internal beans. Internal beans by CDI, internal beans by Payara Micro. For instance, this is one of the beans that I have defined, one of the examples later on. But you have here also, no, not Payara Micro, because Payara Micro is not here, but only CDI. Then you have some some beans which are related to the CDI working. If you do this in Payara Micro itself, then you also have other beans which are defined by Payara Micro itself, which you can make use of by yourself, or they are used in the background, of course, for what you are doing. What beans are now considered as CDI beans? So it scans your class path. So one of the things that you should provide, and there is each different version has a bit of different meanings of, is there a beans XML, yes or no? Is there, is it empty? And with empty, I mean this, or is there indeed defined your XML with each version has a slightly different way of handling it. So it is best that you are explicit saying that you define your beans XML, and that the discovery mode in this case, which is not the best practice, is all. So that means all classes which follow a certain rule set are CDI beans, which is all is overhead in the most of the time. You should use an annotated. Annotated means that you have defined specific, if it's a CDI bean within the application scope, within this request scope, and those kind of things. So making that explicit helps the system also, because it does not need to scan that file in detail. It does not need to keep the metadata, does not need probably to instantiate that bean even upfront without the need to have it ever used as a CDI bean. Question there is on the chat, so you can use interfaces as a parameter for get beans. Yes, I will show. That comes as one of the examples. So what's, if I say all, what beans are there then? Even if you're going to look in the list, you see all those applications. So also that application 0 here was a bean. So there was a bean created, or at least the metadata was there, and it is considered as a CDI bean because there is a no argument constructor. It is a real class, so it is not an interface or an abstract class, so it is a real class, and the class itself is not a inner static class. So these are the three main reasons why a certain class can be considered as a CDI bean. When it is not annotated, as here in this app 0, the question is it still a managed bean? Yes, if you are using that all, as I mentioned, which is not the ideal way. So if I do annotated only, you see here you have those app 6, 4, and 2, etc. The 0 will also be there. If I run this program now, those classes that don't have an annotations are now removed. So you see there are less classes available because there is no specific annotation on it. So that means it's no longer considered as a CDI bean. The type it has, the scope, I think the default scope is dependent, meaning that every time you ask for such a bean, there is a new bean created for it. So that's the default one. But again, not best practice, but as an example, I want to show you here everything, all the cases. Okay, there was a size count. So 32 when I put annotated. When I run with all, there will be more. You see 39, so there are a few classes more defined on my class. With beans, you can also now, is it now? I think you have the here with scan, you can say that only that certain packages are excluded. So you can also have more control these days over what beans are considered and what not. Because sometimes just a regular Java class, which was never intended or never written with CDI in mind, it can be problematic to have that as CDI bean, even if it has a standard constructor, etc. So sometimes that can be an issue. So you can configure that, but that's more advanced. Most of the time you don't need it. So we have now the beans. We know what it is. You see, I start from 0 from the bottom, and application 6 is a very advanced case. So programmatically, you can also select a certain bean out of it. And there was a question: can it be an interface? Yes, you see, it can be an interface. But then, of course, you can only have one implementation for that interface. If you have multiple, then you need to qualify which one you want, but more on qualifiers in a moment. But yes, you can define an interface, because this class, this car class, is very clearly a CDI bean, because I have said that it is an application scope. So that means that this bean can be selected either in three ways. Either you can say, I want the car, I want the vehicle, or I want the object. So these three levels are by default associated for each CDI bean. So the class itself, the direct interface, and object itself. You can define which what levels there are associated with it, and I have a small blackout. And is it type? Yeah, typed. You can define here, for instance, well, no, I don't want a car and I don't want object, so I only want vehicle, for instance. So then that bean can only be retrieved if you ask for a vehicle and not for a car. Again, sometimes it can be useful depending on the use case. So I can ask a for a bean which implements vehicle. This select returns what's called an instance. I can go to here. And an instance is information because it can be that there are multiple beans. For instance, what happens if you have multiple classes implementing that vehicle interface? It can be that there is none at all. So, and then you have that unsatisfied, or there is ambiguous, so there are multiple. Based on that, you can say, okay, I know that there is only one, get me the single instance, or you can even look over all of them and then do whatever logic, apply whatever logic you need to have the correct one. So on that vehicle, I do a move, and I can say my car is moving with a certain name, and just to demonstrate that application scope, that so that there is only one, I assign each time there, when it is constructed, I assign it a unique number. How do I do that? I'm not using the constructor for that, but I indicate a certain method. The name does not matter here, but I annotate it with post-construct, which is also from CDI. And I say every time that the system has instantiated a instance of car, it needs to execute this method. That's the initialization method, the post-construct method. Question is there, would you use typed if there are multiple classes implementing vehicle to make sure only one car will be selected, or would you did that bad practice? That is a possibility, but most of the time qualifiers is easier to do, as I will show you in a moment. So typed is most of the time not used for that situation, at least not that I'm aware of. In theory, it is possible to distinguish them with all those beans, but with the qualifier, it is easier, and you still program against the interface, because if you here with the typed exclude the vehicle, then you need to explicitly ask for a car and assign it to a car. You cannot assign it to a vehicle anymore, because you are explicitly using that class and not the interface. So since most people want to interface against implementations, at least when there are multiple, then that seems a bit weird to use type there then. But it is possible. So I'm selecting a vehicle, I'm selecting a car, and I can then make a check if they are equals, if they are even the same reference. So is it actually a singleton or is it a new one? So if I print it out, you probably know already what's going to happen. It is selecting twice the same vehicle. It is even the same reference, so it is the same object that I'm getting here selected, because it's just two different types for that same one. And as you can see here, the car's name, it is identical also, so it is exactly the same object. There is a question about discussing later, EGB4 versus CDI4 in terms of concurrency, management, synchronization, yeah, transaction, yeah, okay. I will make a note. That I'll make sure that I do it later if I see that we have time. But yes, definitely in the future, there are plans to just have only CDI. EGB is going to be removed. EGB full not, but the EGB web, which is then in the web profile, which is here in the Payara Micro, will be removed, definitely for CDI. Most of the time, you don't access these things programmatically. Sometimes you do, but most of the time, especially Payara Micro, you do that programmatically. So that means that you're using that at inject, which is the auto-wired equivalent. And here then we have that what's called the qualifier, because we have here an instrument, but actually we have three instruments: the piano, the violin, and the xylophone. So when I say inject me here an instrument with this line, then so when it creates this orchestra bean, then yeah, the system, if I don't have this qualification here of what type of instrument, then the system will say, well, sorry, there are three, I don't know which one you would like. So that is an error during deployment. So CDI is designed that during deployment, it scans everything to know that metadata, but it also validates that metadata. So if there is something missing, something ambiguous or whatever, then the system says, nope, I'm not going to start your program because it will end up at some point with trouble executing what you're asking, so I'm not going to let you start it. Early failure, that's one of the things what you have also here in CDI. So you need to qualify saying, well, okay, I have here the need for my percussion instrument. So I have here different ones, and I'm going to give it an additional label. It's called a qualifier. So you can define your own qualifiers. You create an annotation yourself. You define here that it is a qualifier, and you define one or multiple. You can have multiple members here that uniquely identify, in this case, our instrument uniquely identified based on your label. Here it is a type. It is a percussion, a keyboard, or a string type of music instrument, not string type of argument. Which then now, since we have only annotated one instrument with percussion, the system knows, oh, you want that to have that xylophone, you want to have to inject it here. You have the piano inserted here, and you have the violin inserted here. So we exactly need to indicate what it needs to. Here I don't have any qualifier. And I've put the comment already why it is working, because I have defined a default instrument. So if I go to piano, I've defined it as type keyboard, but I've also say this is a default. So when I don't have any qualifier, then this one is the one which is taken. Here, I want to have access to all the beans which implement that interface, so that I can do something with it. For instance, this can be kind of listener types of things, and I want to have all the actual listener implementations which are in my project, which can maybe coming from my code itself, or additional jars that I add, which also implement that same interface. And I need them all, and I send a message to all these classes by calling a certain method. This is also possible by not using a specific instance, of course, but an instance in CDI terms, so which is actually some kind of collection, a list thing. And I explicitly need to say I want all of them. Anything that is compliant, any bean which has that instrument in its types or by default, I want to have that, and I'm looping over them. You see here, I'm streaming over each of them, and I'm calling. I'm collecting the return value of this sound method, which is just again the name of the instrument. So a long story, because it is already a bit more complex. It is, but it's important, those qualifiers. You see the percussion, I got xylophone injected. There is something wrong with my templating. For the keyboard F piano, for the string F violin, the default one was piano. These are all the ones available, and everything works as expected. I see there is a question with any, will you always get the same objects, or it's possible to get different objects implementation during a runtime? Well, with any means that you have any bean, it can be that it's not always the same bean, because if some beans are at request scope or session scope, it might be that you have injected another bean, but it is always the same set of beans. In this case, it will always be those three instruments. Not sure if that's is an answer to your question or not. And yes, EGB Lite will probably be removed at some point. Maybe not Jakarta 11, but 12. It will be removed in favor of CDI. So that's qualifier. That's actually important for when you have an interface with multiple implementations, to make a distinction between each of them. Different payments method, for instance, you pay by credit card online, or you pay by invoice later on. So you have different functionality with the same interface. Based on that, you can inject them both and select, depending on the user choice, the correct flow. Another thing, don't create interfaces if you only have one class. Like that here, that car and vehicle, okay, it works, but it is not really required that you have here an interface for that vehicle. The idea of an interface was when you have the common functionality, the contract for all those. So if you have just one implementation for one interface, that more or less violates the idea of an interface within Java. This code is indeed in a GitHub repository. I'm going to put then immediately the link to it. Then you have it later on. It is, where is it? Why is it not here? I changed it Friday, so it should come up very high in the list here. Oh, I apparently did not push the latest changes, so I do that as soon as I can. So this is the here within the demos. What I'm talking about now is the CDI one. So I'm putting the link already here in the chat. It's one of the slides, but yeah, no problem of putting it now already. How can you create something like a number? Big decimal is a class. How do I can create a bean which is a big decimal and which has some kind of value? For instance, the VAT, the VAT tax amount, and I like to inject that. That's one option. You can of course inject the service that is able to retrieve it, but I want to actually inject a big decimal number. How can I do that? More in general, how can I, you have seen that here with the vehicle, the car, I have a scope and I can have a method, but what if my logic to create that bean is more complex and cannot really fit in this idea of just a no argument constructor and this init method. You can have constructor with arguments, then you have to annotate that constructor with @inject also, but sometimes it is too difficult to fit it in this pattern, and then you need a producer. So I put it here for two reasons. One, it is the scope that this, it defines the scope of the producer. So there's also CDI's bean, which is then probably needed if you do annotated, because otherwise this class will not be picked up and this annotation will not be picked up. Here produces, it creates a instance dependent. So every time I want to inject something, he executes this method. And you can do whatever you like in this method. The return value will be used, was application 3, here in the select or with it @inject or whatever. Nice. Not really useful, the big decimal, but just wanted to show you that it is possible. And also that no, it's not here. Yeah, it is. And whenever that big decimal value is no longer needed, when it is disposed, for instance, the bean you have injected in is removed, so that means the big decimal itself is no longer removed, then you get a notification of that. Especially useful, for instance, if you have here a class, a bean, which creates some resources, it opens files, it creates socket connections or whatever, they need to be closed at some point. So then this at disposes, make sure that you have the opportunity to close those resources, those connections, file connection, resource connection, whatever. But another interesting thing is here with that inject of that logger. That's a standard Java util logging, but navigate to the injection point. For instance, I can inject here that, but you know, each logger should have a certain name, class defined, whatever you call it. There are depending on the framework, they have different names. So how can I define that one? Because I have now a generic one. So if I just say get logger, then I need to specify here a declaring class. With that producer method, you can have several parameters, but one of the parameters which you can use on that method is what's called a injection point, which describes this here. So actually, this method is your injection point. So that means that you can ask for that injection point the declaring class. So I can ask in which class is that will that injected now. So I can use that information to select the collect logger. So with that producer method, you are not only able to create new instances of something which are not really meant to, not really created by design to be used in CDI, like Java util logger is pure Java SE, has nothing to do with enterprise. So you can create such instances from that by that producer, and you can even do all kinds of customizations based on where that instance will be injected. So when I run this one, and you have the code, you can analyze it more. You see, you can inject then the number. I have a big decimal. Once it is 99, the second time I ask it is 93, so it is a different one because there it was some random values. But you also see that my logger, my Java util logging, has the name where it is injected. See, I inject that logger here. This is, for example, a constructor injection instead of field. So it knows this class, so it is using that one. So if I would have different kind of configuration for this class or package, meaning info or even different message pattern, then that would be correctly used. I see always questions if they come up, so I trust that you place those questions or even ask them by unmuting yourself at the time. So I continue with the next. The next is again a little bit more complex, and it's showing that event system. I have here a injection of what's called event. An event is purely an interface of CDI itself, Java X Enterprise Event. And each event is characterized by a certain type, certain POJO, whatever. So in this case, it is just a class, pure POJO, as I mentioned. But I can have different events based on different classes. That's how the discrimination is. And the listener can say, I'm listening to events where the payload is of type of class news. Again, I can have a qualifier so that that event is sent out with a certain qualifier, a certain label next to it. So only the listeners which also say I'm interested in that qualifier, in that label, get that event. So you can, based on qualifiers, also make the distinction on who gets the events. So this class is then responsible for sending out that notification to all the listeners through that CDI system. That's the link between producers and listeners, producers and consumers. there is no direct link here, as you see, by saying I'm firing this payload. I get the news, I do a fire on this injected class, because this is an interface. Actually, the actual implementation within CDI, within Weld in this case, is providing me the functionality. So that class is injected here, and that fire method sends it out to the different listeners. Or I can send that news only to those listeners who have those who have that qualifier. So then I'm using this one, which has a qualifier on top of it. So where are my listeners? How do I define those listeners? Yeah, as you have seen within Tautology, I can switch to between them because it analyzes the logic. Other IDEs might have also that functionality. I don't know. Any kind of methods that is in a CDI bean, which has the observes annotation for that parameter. So this case is now the specific one. Here, for example, I have a certain bean which is specialized in social media. When they receive that news from the news reporter, from the journalist, they send it out. Well, this bean, this CDI bean, is then responsible for putting that news on Twitter, Mastodon, whatever, these days, or tomorrow, which one will survive. By just having a certain method which has that observes with that payload, with that SPOJO, what you're interested in, then CDI will say, well, I will call you. I get that info then from that journalist. Here, I'm just doing a printout. So you see, have one observer, which in another, which is a newspaper. I have here also a magazine, which only appears once a week, etc. And I have that specific media, which, whatever that might be, which is only interested in that specific news. So when I run this and I have my journalist and I announce news in general that MicroStream 7 was arrived, when I created this, it was more or less that time. So let's change that to Jakarta EE 10 has arrived. No, let's say that Payara 6 has arrived. That's even more recent. That was 2 weeks ago. Then that's through that eventing, that firing, all those listeners are contacted and they print out the information. So you see that the magazine received the info, Payara 6 has arrived, social media, newspaper has all arrived. Here, it is very specific news that only, not only, but that's one, that exclusive interview that was sent out. So it is also sent to that one because it has that qualifier. The other did not have that qualifier, but since it has then the default, it's also sending. If you don't want to do that, then you need to make a distinction in your qualifiers that, for instance, this specific exclusive news only goes to this specific media. Then you need to do that yourself by defining different qualifiers. There was a question, is this event system synchronous or asynchronous? This was an example of synchronous. I could write some additional system out println so that you could see that, but you can play that yourself. So this method returns after your listeners has processed it. So in this case, after the messages are printed out on the console. Sometimes you don't want that. Sometimes you do want that. That's up to you. That you have to decide. So there are two options to make it asynchronous, and there are slightly different, but the result is that it is asynchronous. First of all, you can say, fire me this asynchronous. So that means that from the moment that it is delivered to the CDI system, your method is returning already. So if, for instance, that, yeah, of course, that newspaper that can maybe take a few methods, a few method calls, a few minutes to actually process that, then that will be done asynchronously, and your main method does not need to wait before the entire process is completed. So that's a good thing. This is only firing the event. It is here, so I'm only firing the event. So that means that, as I said, whenever CDI received it, the method is returning, but the processing of the listeners is still asynchronous. Is still synchronous. So we have now 3 of them. So it processes the first one. If that one is finished, it calls the second one, etc. So there you still have the synchronous way of processing it from the receiver side. So if you want to do that in parallel, that's also possible. If I remember it correctly, because that's, I think it's here with async, observes async, yeah. So then you need to say observe async. Then CDI will call this method, but will not wait until this method returns before it processes the next listener. So you have asynchronous on 2 levels. First of all, when you deliver the message to the CDI, and secondly, if CDI waits to call the second one, I have to do then, of course, it for all 3 of them, not just for this single one, but that CDI does not wait before the method is ended to call your next CDI listener. That's the event system. I find that extremely useful, especially because you don't have any link between producer and consumer. You just have to define some annotations, and you can send out information to other beans which you don't know during development. As I said, those listeners can come by adding a certain additional jar file. So you can, for instance, even storing data, you can, this may be an extreme example, but you can store your data through this event system. For example, whenever you do an update, you send out an event, please update me this object. And then there is one listener that writes it to the database. But in another situation, you can add, for instance, an additional jar, which also accepts that same event, which then sends that data, that payload, to a streaming platform like Kafka. So without changing how you add the main logic of your application, there it is just, this needs to be stored somewhere. You can actually define based on those events how it is stored. A database, streaming events, both of them, etc. So I find that really powerful, a really nice thing of CDI. Next thing. This is example of a decorator. Did I have an example of an interceptor? Yes, I have also an example of an interceptor, because interceptors are more used than decorators, but going to tell about decorators first. Decorators, as you can expect, they change, they add some additional work on top, sometimes change additional work on top of your standard functionality. I have a interface again here, a worker, but I have two versions, and I don't want to mean anything with manager and programmer or the relationship between the two. Don't take it too seriously, this example. Just heads up that this is just fun thing. This is no opinion at all for one of those two categories of people. And the programmer, if they receive a certain job, they can execute that job by receiving a job and, as they say, converting coffee into code. They perform that work. That's the implementation. That's the default one you see here, and there is no annotations, no qualifiers, nothing else. That's the standard. But this manager is also implementation of a worker, but it is a specific one. It is a decorator, and decorators, you can have several of them, each doing their own thing. So you can have a chain of decorators. So you have an order of them, so that it means that you can define the priority, which one comes first in that list of decorators and which comes last. And with that manager here, the implementation is again a worker, but is actually a delegate. So the work that the manager receives, he will just delegate it to the actual worker. Because this is not a normal one, but a special one, that means that I could try it out, but you can try it out yourself. If you do a select here of a worker, I do get an instance of my developer, my programmer, because that's the actual bean. But it is wrapped within a CDI bean, which denotes my manager. So my manager will see it first when I call this work on this interface. And there is someone that say, oh, I just need a single button additional. And then let's see, because the implementation, I did not mention it explicitly, but for maybe you have seen it. Where is it? Back my manager. My manager, he returns as a value that he received the job, and it will delegate, and my actual programmer said it will convert it from coffee to that actual request. So if I print it out, you will see that the work result is that the manager says, I'm going to delegate it, and that the programmer has executed it by drinking enough coffee. So this is, again, a way of adding, it's one of the ways of adding additional functionality on top of your standard CDI bean. So your standard CDI bean is your programmer, and you can change that by having a class like this one, a decorator, which then receives the method call first. It can do whatever it likes. It can even pass on something else. So it can change this parameter. It can change the return, what is, etc. So it can basically manipulate what is sent to and received from the actual CDI bean, and that one is actually sent back to the method here within your calling bean in this case. Decorator adds one of those typical patterns. You know the pattern, probably most of you know the pattern. This is how it is used in CDI, or how you can use it in CDI. Most of the time, that additional functionality, if you want it, when a certain method is called, it's not done by a decorator because it is a bit weird. I always found it weird how you need to define that decorator and how it is working. And not all cases can be used, can be solved with a decorator. But you also have the interceptor pattern, so that you create an interceptor. There are in all frameworks possibilities, as Spring has, for instance, AOP, abstract-oriented programming. No, it's not abstract-oriented. It's so there you have also the entire aspect. Yes, aspect-oriented. Thank you. Aspect-oriented programming, that you have some pieces of code which needs to be applied before or after, or both of them, on a certain method call, etc. So interceptors are also available here within CDI, and in my opinion, easier to use. And as an example, I show you here a certain interceptor. CDI interceptors are only what's called a round. If you have only functionality that needs to be executed before, then you need to also use around and only do something before the original, the actual method is called, and don't do anything afterwards. The same if you want to do only something afterwards, you don't call anything before. But around is, of course, generic. You can use it for both cases. So this is the identification that a certain functionality needs to be executed around methods, and with that invocation context that you receive here, you can call the original method which was intended by the programmer. This is, by the way, more strict, meaning the method signature, the name is freely to choose, but you need that invocation context as a parameter. You need to return an object, and you need to throw an exception, because otherwise your round invoke here will either say the CDI already saying this is not according to the specification and won't deploy it, or it will not, it will be just plain ignored. That's something that I don't know by heart for the moment. So what I'm doing here is that I'm auditing. That's typical done for logging, for security, those kind of interceptors. So I'm actually take notice how long this method call takes. I do even a printout in that same method, and I am returning then the actual result of what my method was. So I do something additional. Around invoke, how can we say where it needs to be applied? Well, first of all, we need to say that this is an interceptor and this is the method, because you can have multiple methods, so it needs to know which one it needs to use for as interceptor. And this is more or less the qualifier, the labeling. It's called a interceptor binding. That's a annotation that you define yourself, like the qualifier, but this time it is called interceptor binding because it is specific for interceptors. And how do you use it? Well, on a regular CDI bean, on this method, I annotate that method with @timed. I can do it also on the class level. Then every method within that class will have that interceptor applied only when called through CDI. So to be quickly have something, yes. This will not result in 2 interceptions because this is a local call. even statistics, but even in that case, it will not be intercepted because this is a local call within the method. This does not involve the CDI bean. So there is only one interceptor applied here. Sometimes I get those questions, or people ask those kind of questions. Why is this not applied in this case? That's because it is a local call here. And I have a version which works fast, which just returns the result, and I have a slow one which waits for 200 milliseconds. Which means when I run the application, I'm using the fast and the slow one, and I print out. So the result is always the result, fast or slow, depending on which one I was. But as you can see, there was an interceptor. I hope there is an interceptor. Where is my, here, my audit method logger that says that, and I have all the information there, that the method's public fast supplier get took so many nanoseconds because there was no thread sleep there. And the other one, slow supplier get, was 204 milliseconds because there was, of course, a 200 milliseconds sleep time in that method. That's an interceptor. Most of the time, just easier to configure and to use than decorator, but both are possible, both can be used. That was CDI in a nutshell, pure on Java SE, because that makes it a bit easier to run the examples. But as mentioned, most of the time you can do it programmatically like this. You can also access the container. Within the container, you do it like this: CDI current select. I have written it here. Okay, that's the way how you do it within Payara Micro, because you don't have access to the container itself, but you have indirect access. But most of the time you are using the annotations, like where was the orchestra was a nice one, where you inject whatever is needed. You have the producers with annotations and those kind of things. Any questions about CDI? Things that you say, oh, but in language XYZ or in framework XYZ, I have this kind of functionality. Is that possible? Because you did not mention it, or one of those things. Do request scope, etc. will work in Payara Micro? Yes, of course. Because here request scope does not work because it is Java SE and you don't have request, but request scoped works in Payara Micro. There you have the entire range, which we will see with other examples and with the exercise that request scoped works. And request scoped is preferred for all those cases where you have data which are specifically linked to the request of the user, hence the request scope name. You can inject, and there are proxies that can handle a lot of things by having some kind of other scope, etc. You can even inject a request scope within a application scope. So that's the other way around. Most of the time you inject application scope within request scope. But all those things are not really recommended. Try to keep it for your own sake, for your own peace of mind, as simple as possible. But yes, request scope works, as we will see later on. And I will give them examples then on some best practices. So this is all just to, unless there are other questions, then yeah, please go ahead. But otherwise, I'm just listing here the things that we have covered. So how you can define CDI beans, inject to dependency with that add inject scopes qualifiers. Optional, I did not, yeah, optional is with that instance. I did not, yeah, I did not explicitly say it here with that instance. Because sometimes you have an interface, but you're not sure if there is an actual implementation available within your class path at that moment. It can be that, as I said, with that event, also with the event system, you can change your logic, your functionality by just adding an additional jar. So to solve that one, you can also use that instance here, because that's actually an optional injection. Because if here there is no instrument with that qualifier, for example, then it will fail during deployment. It says, well, I don't have that string type of music instrument. And inject is, in that sense, different than Spring. It is always required. It's not optional. An optional, as I mentioned here in the comment, you can use it here with that instance, because you can always, I'm going to put it here, it's not the correct place, but you can say also instruments, instrument is resolvable. So is there anything which in here as a concrete implementation of this class? If that's the case, then you can safely access the actual beans. If not, then you know, okay, there are no CDI beans which follow that instrument interface. So don't do something else, do a default thing or whatever. That's the optional thing in CDI. Producer we covered, event we covered, decorator and interceptor we covered. Let's keep this fat jar versus hollow jar for after the lunch break, because I thought maybe 5 minutes before break, but this part takes more than 5 minutes, so I will not have enough time, and so I just wait after the lunch break and I start with this kind of things, which is also important to know the different ways how you can use Payara Micro, or what that fat jar versus hollow jar is. The idea is that we have 1 hour break, so that you have more than time enough, that you also have time to pick up with any other important stuff like mails that cannot wait. So I'll see you back at my time 10 minutes after 1 o'clock, so 1 hour from now on. Again, I keep the Zoom meeting running. You can disconnect if you like, but you can also keep being connected. So see you in an hour. So welcome back. I hope you had a nice little break. In the meantime, I see that someone found a nice resource on between EGB and CDI alignment. I had a quick look. It's a bit outdated in the sense that it's from 2015. But the general principles are still there. But yeah, the idea is to have at least EGB Lite to be removed, and that everything is available in CDI. One of the most important things missing is there that that concurrency, the read and the write locks, where there are already CDI alternatives. For example, I created one a few months ago as an example for the specification. But that is probably the last important aspect to keep around the EJB Lite. Are there any other questions that came up in between before we start with the next thing? Okay, if there is something, let me know, and then we can discuss it. The next part, that discussion between fat jar and hollow jar, and there are even other constructs, is not really a technical one in the sense that it's not, it does not influence what functionality is available, because you have that functionality available within your runtime, no matter what, either option. But actually the within the specifications, the Jakarta specifications, you only have that the description of the classical WAR files, classical EAR files, the enterprise archives or the web archives. So there is no mentioning at all around this fat, thin, skinny, hollow, whatever kind of jar. But it is an important factor around operations. That is, it can be can influence your operations greatly if you choose one or the other. And since many Jakarta runtimes, and that's not only Payara with Payara Micro or against the Payara full or web version, that has the option of having multiple kinds of deployment strategies. Yeah, because basically it is a way of getting your application into production. Your application still is the same, as I said. Technically, there is no difference, but it is the way how it is deployed, and some things are better suited for some scenarios than others. So first, a few words around what is now thin, skinny, fat, and hollow. Maybe you know a few terms like the fat jar. But suppose that we have three blocks, three groups of code in our application. It is, first of all, you have the application runtime, like Payara Micro. That's one block that's there in yellow. You have then the blue one, which are your dependencies. Not going to use that a lot in this workshop, but you probably have some other dependencies that are included together with your application for certain functionality that you need within your application, which is not available or not provided by Jakarta. So it's just that you also need some additional jar files. You have less the need for it, but you still have the possibility and might have the need for it. And then, of course, you have your application. You have your application code, which makes your business logic, etc. So that's the red block there in the diagram. And based on what you combine together, they have different names. And sometimes I'm also confused, still confused. But probably the most easiest one is what's called the fat jar, or sometimes the Über jar, where you combine everything together. So your runtime, your dependencies, and your application code is all combined in one single jar file. Most of the time jar file, because you have, then you can have that executable by have that manifest file. Interesting that the .jar file does not mean that it is an executable. Just that manifest file makes it executable. So you can have, and that's one of those options, you can have a WAR file where you have the manifest file at the correct location, and then you can execute that var file with java -jar. And then you have some kind of inversed thing, like so that's that skinny one where you actually, or that's at least how I interpret it, that is that you have a application which is more or less executable by using that manifest file in that .war file. But of course, you still need the other dependencies. In that case, the runtime, it needs to be available then also, because otherwise it will not work. So the jar, we are most used of that. That's the most obvious thing. The tin war file is then what we are used to be in the classical applications, where your application code itself and your direct dependencies, so your dependencies of your application itself, that they are combined in a war file and they are executed by your runtime, by your server. So that's a classic war file that you deploy on a server, or also in the case of Payara Micro, that you can get it executed by the Payara Micro jar file. So that is the tin war file. And then your runtime itself, that's then the hollow jar called. That's the application runtime only, where it might contain also, that's also an option that you include. Suppose that you have dependencies, instead of including it in war file, you can also, of course, include it in that jar file. So that's the option where you have those situations. And the Payara Micro, and now comes probably the most important thing for this course, then of course about this whole story of different packaging type. Payara Micro can be used in two ways. Either you create that really fat Uberjar with Payara Micro combined with your application itself, so you have only one single file that contains everything. That is one option. Or you choose the more traditional one, where you have indeed that war file, as you have any classic Jakarta EE war file, and that it is executed by Payara Micro by, as I mentioned already earlier, that you just pointed on the command line where the war file is, and then you are using your Payara Micro as the hollow jar. So it's just the runtime and the war file is separately. Now, I mentioned already that can be important, that the difference how you package it, it can be important for one or another scenario. Maybe quickly pros and contra for each of one. Yeah, the fat jar file, sorry, is of course the easiest one to handle it from deployment view. You have just one single file, all in one. You just need to manipulate one file. Which makes it easy, but it is quite redundant during builds and not that suited for containers. Why? Because if you change one single line in your one single statement in your Java code and you package your application for deployment again, then you're building everything again, that fat jar again. So for one single jar file, you build a, I don't know, 40 megabyte, 50 megabytes of file. And that file changes then every time with your one single change of statement. So that means that if you're doing your builds and you're transferring them through to a locally repository instance where it can be picked up for deployment, etc., then you always have to store that 50 megabytes over and over again and transfer it over the network, which can be quite redundant in some cases. Also for containers, it means if you put that jar file then in your top layer of your container, what you for containers, I have a topic tomorrow about Docker images and containers. But I can already say if you're putting then that single jar file, for those that know it, in that single layer, that means that you have to create again and over again that single layer, which is quite large. So for one single change, there is a lot of overhead in processing, network, storage, etc. That hollow jar does not have that problem of recreating, because if you change one line of your code, then you only a WAR file change, which is maybe a few megabytes, which of course is much easier to handle in your build system from point to overhead storage, etc. And for containers, it's also easier because you can place your Payara Micro in another layer than your WAR file, and that means that only a small change to your images needs to be done when you change one line of your code. Downside of that separation is then, of course, that you have two things. You have your Payara Micro jar file and you have your web application. But yeah, there is for everything, I guess, pro and contra, depending on your runtime. It might be preferable to choose one over the other. For instance, if you're running in containers like Docker containers or etc., probably the hollow jar is most suited and the one that is recommended. If you just are running it on, like I mentioned, that infrastructure as a service, you just have, or you're doing it on premise locally, then that all-in-one can be the easiest way. Yes, this is an example of that Docker images with layers. And so if you have them in separate layers, then you don't need to, you need to change less from your Docker image than if everything is together. More on that tomorrow, then I come back to that. So if you're using the hollow jar approach, we showed you this morning, did a few things, but then you can do a Java minus jar, Payara, micro jar file, and then your path to your WAR file. So that's one option. That's already covered that already. You can use that one. That means that you need to download the Payara Micro. If you want to start with the fat jar approach, then then you need to have a few configurations in your Maven project or in your Gradle build file. You can look that up, of course. It is documented, but then probably the easiest way to get started, at least with some kind of template, which you can change later on, is then to use the MicroProfile starter page. And that's already then the link between MicroProfile later on. So that's a page, just as you have the Spring Boot starter. There is a starter for Open Liberty. There is Quarkus as a starter project, Micronaut, Helidon. So they all have their starters so that you can create a project that you don't need to from scratch, but that you have already some things available for you, which makes it easier. I'm going to use that so that I can show you more in detail how that fat jar approach works with Payara Micro. So you have a lot of, again, runtimes that support it. So I'm going to use Payara Micro. I can choose also Gradle. The latest one, I'm not sure this one fully works. So let's keep it with MicroProfile 4. It works. I mean, it worked with 4.1, but not sure with 5.0. I'm not going to use any kind of example for MicroProfile. That's something later, but I have now already a project with a basic REST endpoints and Maven, Payara Micro, and that fat jar example. I can download a zip file. So I can unzip that, and then I have already a few demo apparently, but that's no problem. And I have something that I can open in my IDE. Downloads, demo 2, that's the one. And I can open it. Yes, I trusted this project because basically I created MicroProfile starter. This is not the correct one because this is the Micronaut one. What is he doing? This was something I was playing around a few days ago. Strange. Let's try it again. With and without the space. Yeah, it's tricky. So, first of all, interesting is that you have a POM file which is prepared for you, has already the microprofile dependencies, but that's for later. But more importantly, you have here that Payara Micro profile and the Maven plugin prepared for you. It's not updated for the last year or so, so that means that there is already 1.7 and the version here, the latest is also supported here, so I can update to that latest version that we have downloaded here. There is not much in that demo. There is just a classic hello world thing, which is there. So if I, maybe one little thing about still the POM file, it is a WAR file here as a packaging, so it creates intermediately a WAR file, so you still can use that one, but it also, that Maven plugin here also as a packaging creates through that bundle goal, creates that Über Jargon. So if I do Maven clean package, always use the type Maven clean package, although the clean is not always needed. Then he is building the WAR file, as you see, so that's one thing. And then, because it's the first time that I use that version, he also downloads Payara Micro. As I said, you can download it from the website, but you have it also available in Maven. So he downloads that from Maven now, Maven Central. So luckily it's not that big, so that goes rather quickly. And then what is the result is that in your target directory, you have here that original WAR file, which is small, and then you have the jar file, which is which includes everything. So if I print it out here, you see my WAR file is a small file, and then Payara Micro bundled with that WAR file in it is then, of course, bigger. But this is now a executable jar file with your application included. So I can run that in the same way I can run any kind of executable jar file, if I type it correctly, Java-jar, and then this new jar file. It means it starts up Payara Micro, but it also immediately deploys your application, which is inside there also, and you have those endpoints available. For example, that hello world endpoint. So that means if I access that hello world endpoint, there's no object there, so it's pure root.hello hello world. So that's a easy way of getting started with that's the both options. You have here also the WAR file, because if I then take that WAR file, bring back to where I built it, because then I can just do copy paste. That was building the jar file. This was the WAR file. So I have now the freedom to choose how I run it, so I can run it through the hollow way like this, where I have specified my WAR file in a different location. And that's because of the space in my path. This should work better. So it starts up then Payara Micro, and then reads that WAR file and deploys it. So that's the two ways of using the same functionality, the same application in two different ways of packaging. And that's what I wanted to mention about it. So whatever you feel comfortable with, suppose that you are already working a bit with Payara Micro and you have, for one reason, chose one of the two options. You have maybe even your plugin in your IDE, so that you can start and stop it from within your IDE. You can, etc. That's of course the way to go for development. I'm trying to stay away from that. Not that I don't like it, but I want to keep as less as possible my specific IDE, because maybe you haven't, you're working with another one. So then where it is slightly different, maybe, so then it can be confusing. So I'm just using the IDE as a more or less as a Vim editor, not using any specific functionality in that case. So that's one important thing that you need to know before you go to production. But as you see, you can choose whatever you like, even especially if you start like this, then you can select what's best for you, that this profile is there, then you can deactivate it by default. And then you only have the WAR file unless you specifically specify this profile, etc. So then you have all the flexibility that you like, that you need. So the next thing, a rather important thing around microservices, of course, is REST endpoints. REST endpoints are not only useful in microservices, of course, but yeah, more or less there is a consensus that if you have microservices, then you are using those REST endpoints to communicate between the different processes. But actually, and maybe I should take the slides because it is there. That REST, it's short for representational state transfer pattern. How you can communicate between client server, and it is stateless in the sense that you as a client makes a call to the server, you get your processing, you get a response, but after that response is handled, the server does not know anything anymore about your request. So that's something different than with browser applications, web applications, where you have a GUI in the browser, for instance, and you have you keep information about the user, the session information, maybe only who the user is and what he is allowed to do. But in that case, it still remembers you after a single request response cycle, which is not the ID with that REST pattern here. That's pure stateless. You know that they're based on HTTP methods, so we do get, post, calls, etc. JSON is used most of the time, is common, but is actually not it's not required. You can do XML, you can even invent your own one. You have binary protocols also that are like Hessian or something to communicate between client and server, as long as both sides understand the format then there is no problem. Maybe it's not on the next slide, but I already want to say we are using, or probably majority of the project developers in the world are using REST in a slightly wrong way, in the sense that it's not just a state that we are transferring. We are actually using it as a remote procedure call. We see it as, hey, especially as you will see how JAX-RS works. We have a method and it has a parameter, and we send that data for that parameter in JSON, and we get the method return back as a JSON. So actually that is a remote procedure call and not what was intended with that REST pattern. Because there you have what's called heteos or something, I probably pronounced it wrong, where you have a lot of metadata also about your call, and that based on that information you can navigate from one endpoint to another without actually the need to know, and that the client needs to know upfront what is the what are the different possible endpoints on the server. You have, of course, those open API documents, which we come tomorrow, which describe your endpoints on the server side. But the idea was with REST that it was also available within the calls. But as I said, we are using it as from remote procedure calls, which is, I guess, is fine. But for some people, they say, well, no, everyone is doing it wrong. You should do something differently, etc. But whatever works for you, I guess, that's the main point, that your problem gets solved. So how do you do REST within Jakarta, and then also within Payara Micro, and what options are there? So I'm going to do a overview of most common, most used functionality within JAX-RS, within Payara Micro. And again, if you have questions about any of the topics, you can ask them in the chat, or you can unmute yourself. So I'm using here the classic WAR file. If you copy just in that plugin from that other one, you could also have that FAT file. And as dependencies for our project, we have two things. I mentioned that you have the Jakarta Web API dependency, which combines all those specifications which are available in that web profile. So REST, CDI, JPA, faces at GSF, Jakarta faces, validation, and a few others. The JSON handling, for example, is also there. But since we have Payara Micro, we also have the ability to use that concurrency, which I'm going to use, for example, here for asynchronous processing of requests. So for that reason, I need this dependency, and it is available on Payara Micro. So I wanted to give an example, because it might be useful in some cases to use asynchronously, but comments on that later on. Payara provides what's called a BOM file, a bill of material, but I've seen that they did not specify one single dependency, or that says these are all the specifications that we support in Payara Micro. So that's in that case not useful. Where it can be useful is that if you have for the need for a certain reason, which you should try to avoid, but okay, if you have a need to use these specific implementations of all the Jakarta specifications, like there was a comment about JAXON and JSON, the JSON provider this morning, then with that Payara BOM file, you can select the exact same version of that implementation as is available in a certain version of Payara Micro, which of course is nice if you want to avoid things that you compile it against one version, which is then not working because Payara Micro is running another version. But in general, you should try to keep, as you probably know with Jakarta, keep your dependencies only to the API, and they are provided, which means don't include it in your WAR file because they are already on the server. Again, a hello world, which just gives the endpoint, and there are a few common requirements before you can have that hello world endpoint. First of all, you need to define the URI part, the URL part, which is considered to be processed by the REST processor, because you can have a mixture of things in your application, and you can, for instance, provide servlets. You can provide maybe fixed files, etc. So you need to define a certain sub-part of your application that is going to handle according to those REST specification. It is, of course, possible to say, well, from the root on, everything is handled by REST. But especially in this demo and the first demos, I try to give a actual value there so that you can see later on, if I type a URL with curl, for instance, that you see which part corresponds to which subsystem in your server. That is always easier to understand what it is doing than going from in the beginning with endpoints that actually respond on your root. So even after your port indication, that because then that can be confusing what how it gets to a certain resource file. But you, for your application in production, you can choose with every kind of path, of course. So with this annotation, with that URL on a class that extends application, application is defined by their javaxws.rs from restservices.core. So this is an interface that you need to an abstract class that you need to define. You have the opportunity to implement something like get classes, but that's for advanced things. Most of the time you don't need that. You don't use that, just a blank class. And then a resource, a JAXRS resource, is then a class where you have a path annotation on it, and that's again within that same package, that REST package, and you define there again the URL or part of the URL. Again, that can be nothing at all, but for now I keep there hello. And when I post a get, when I call the get with the get method to this URL, this method will be executed, and the return of that method will be sent to the client. And it is always a good idea to indicate which media type, as they call it, which format we need to send back to the client, or which format we expect from the client. There is something what's called media content negotiation, that the client says, oh, I support plain text and JSON and or even XML, and then it is up to the server to decide in which format the exchange is going on. That's an option. That's fine. It works also with Payara Micro. but I always find it more easier and easier to understand, to write, if you explicitly define what you expect from the client and what you will give to the client. But I can imagine that in some scenarios, some use cases with different parties, with different companies, that you might have different ideas and opinions, and that you support more than just text. But okay, this cannot be converted to JSON, so this will all be text. We can also read information, and not only with the get, but we can also read information from that URL and use that in our app, in our logic. And I've given here an example. So we can define placeholders. So if we define hello / and then something, then that corresponds to the variable name, and that variable name is then transferred to this string parameter of your method. And so the matching is done through this name to this variable. You can even say that if there is a that you have different methods, and if you have a number that you already call another method, and when you have something like a string, etc., let's call that the advanced thing of JAX-RS. So let's start with the basic, the beginning, for those that because there are a few at least that have no experience at all with JAX-RS. So let's start with just doing the basic stuff of having anything what is here that you transfer that to this parameter of your method. This is what's called a path parameter. You can the queries, the query parameters of your URL, for instance, something called language. You can also pass that on to a certain parameter of your method. There are other ways of linking and matching the URL with your call here. But again, this is the easiest way and what is used in many cases. It's not a rocket science, but I'm going to run this and so that I have it available on Payara Micro so that I can show you how it works. So I'm going to run this with Payara Micro. And I have then curl localhost. By default, he takes the, you see that here, he takes the name of the WAR file as your context root, as it called, so that's one. This /API is what we have defined in that demo application with that annotation. And then the rest is specific for our resource. We saw, for instance, hello, hello, Payara, and the language. And then again, I need to put it in quotes because otherwise it will be interpreted as something else in my command line. Let's do English. And then you see that my method replies with hello, the name and the language as parameter. So he captured all the things correctly. So next thing, let's step up for the next thing. I'm going to open it because they are not in order. So example here, example one, we have what's called a JSON binding. JSON binding is that you convert this Bojo, this Java object, you convert it to JSON. So there is no annotation needed. You can have annotations to influence how the conversion is done, but by default, it is not required. So this then explicitly as saying produces JSON. I can also produce XML if I like. If I call this /person/get, then I get this JSON. So can I get a JSON string back representing that? Is it hello or how is it called? No, it's just called person. No. Like this. So I get my JSON back. So that's out of the box supported, no configuration needed, no. You can configure all those things. For instance, if I'm having proper indentation, because you see everything is now on one line. So if I want to have this name on a second line inside, you can configure all those things. But yeah, since it's machine to machine, or basically that's the ID, then yeah, it's all identical. Maybe we can see it better than one gigantic long string which is returned, but for the client, that makes no difference. As I was saying, we are using HTTP methods. So this was the get, but we can also post data. So that means that within the body of our request that we are sending, we send some data, JSON data, because I have said here, we consume JSON, or we expect that what is in the body is JSON, and we parse it like that. So if there is something else, then that will fail in this case, because I explicitly said what I'm expecting. But I can return something else here. That's just a string, namely the to string of that person. I have, and it's also for you available, of course. I have here then for posting, because it's a bit longer. I need to make sure that I type the correct thing. So I'm just copy pasting it. So I'm sending as JSON this information. So it has an age property and a name property. And my method here is having a person with a with no annotation. So that means that it represents the body of your thing that you have sent. So you can also have that path parameter and that query parameter just as before, but this is then representing the body. That JSON will be converted to that one. If that fails, you can have either errors or by default this silently ignored. So if I have something like a property which age X that does not exist, so that's just ignored, and then I get a result back which say, okay, it was the default value, the 0 in this case. So this is how you can consume data, so that you can get data that you can handle in your program. This automatic JSON binding, etc., is fine in most cases, but sometimes it is better that you have fine-grained control of how the object is created, and that you maybe don't need a object which is serialized to JSON, so that you're creating your JSON on the fly, not with a Java object intermediate. This now is a good thing that I can show you, which is not mentioned here. That JSON binding, as I said, it works perfectly without any annotations, any requirements except this. There needs to be a no argument constructor, which is there by default, unless, of course, you have defined something like this. Then this is not available, and then JSON binding will say, I cannot handle your person calls. But if you want to have it handled on the fly, created on the fly, which is mostly fine, I guess, with smaller objects. If you have a huge JSON, then that's probably, again, not, it is possible, of course, but it's probably a bit too much work. And that's something you can do with the object builder. So it's a static builder method here that you can say, add me a property name, add me a property age, and build me the result and return that as a JSON object. These are all part of the JSON specification, the JSON processing specification. So JSON P is also this JSON object. So that means if you are doing a get to that one, to the JSON P one, then you get the JSON that you expected, the one that you have built here step by step. You can have nested because you can add another JSON object, so you can do everything that you need with that builder pattern, but it is a bit of typing maybe, which is sometimes easier. At least I find it easier to use something like a class like this. Probably this processing is probably a bit more efficient, of course, in timing wise and memory wise. So that can also be a factor that you need to take into consideration. Now, where is my number 3? Here's my number 3. So until now, we were always in the happy case. We perform a request and we have always that we can send back to the client, which is not always the case, of course. You have all kinds of problems that you can encounter. For instance, if the user sends you something which is actually not valid. For instance, with that age here, we sent a person where we specified the age of the person. A negative value there, of course, does not make any sense. So that's an error that you need to signal back to the client saying, sorry, I cannot accept this. You have made a mistake, and that's then a certain HTTP status. And that's the status at the 400 range status. 400 range means that you have received data from the client, but there is a problem on the client side with that data. So the data that you have sent is not valid. The 200 range, the standard, you can look then at the standard correct replies. They have a status of 200. 201 is also possible when you have no data. 200 means everything is okay, and here is the result. 400 means there was something wrong with the data that the client did send to me, and the 500 range is something on the server side unexpectedly went wrong. Typical null pointer exception or something, which you should catch, and you should not return the null pointer to your clients, but that's what I'm going to cover. Yes, I'm going to cover it in example 6, but then you can respond to the client with a 500 range so that the client knows, okay, it's not my fault, and what went wrong, so there is something else outside of my influence range. So you need to be able to send back not only your data for your client, but you also need to specify the status, 200, 400, 500, etc. And for that reason, you can use the response return value. The response is again a part of the JAXRS specification. And then you have some kind of builder here, type again, saying my response is not acceptable. That's for 12, and the most common one for not accepting something because it violates some business logic. This is then used to give the body back, which is most of the time an error message also in JSON. Most of the time here, I'm doing just plain text. That's why I'm not using JSON. A more proper example when I do that exception handling. And I'm building my JSON, my response in general, and I'm returning it. When my logic, the received data was okay, dus in this case, it was divisible by 2. I'm saying, okay, the response is okay, means status 200. I send this entity back. In general, you can also use here a instance, and then it can be converted to JSON automatically, and then you build your response. So with that even value, you can then see how that works. So if I was it with the path parameter, and I need to put a capital here, so you see it is case sensitive. So with a call with 4, which is a correct value, get status 200, and I get this as my response for my client. If I'm doing it differently, then I get a status 406. But as you see, by default, Payara Micro returns an HTML page, not a JSON. Because there is nothing in the spec that says what type you need to return, HTML, JSON, XML, whatever, in case it goes wrong, because REST is not about the format. So this is something that we will cover in a moment, because this is not really nice. You need to do something else. But most importantly, you see 406 not acceptable, as I defined here. This is, of course, one way of validating, and I will show you how you can, in an generic way, handle validation exceptions, most of the time then business logic validations, in that example 6. But let's go first for another way of validation, and that it's using another specification of Jakarta, which is called the bean validation. So here you can, for instance, say with the not null annotation, so that I need a query parameter which is called day, and that by default it checks if it's an integer or not, and if it's not, then you get an error. So you can specify here some annotations on these parameters. You can also, for instance, say here on your person object that the is it min value? Yes, it is min value. The minimum value is 0, so it must be, no, let's call it 1, and the oldest person is something about 112, or was it? So I'm sure that if I get a value higher than 120, then again that will not be a valid age. This is not picked up without doing something additionally, and that's here saying that my person that I receive must be valid, and what it does then is it goes checking to all the annotations inside that person and verifies if that, for instance here, that age is between 1 inclusive and 120. So with those validations, you can already validate a few things. You cannot, you can create custom validations, and you can put there very complex business logic in, and that goes to other services and databases, but that's not for what it is meant. The idea is that you have already an easy declarative way of an initial sanity check of your data. Later on in your processing, you need to check if certain business rules are valid. Then I'm thinking about, oh, I get a order from this customer, but I see that the other, the previous order is still is already 1 week overdue for payment. So I'm not accepting this order because he did not pay the previous order. So those more complex things, in theory, you can define them all with bean validation, but I would not do it. I would just write it as business logic in a Java method that you call, and then with that exception handling that generic exception handling, which I come to in a moment, you can handle that much nicer, much cleaner than with those complex logic within custom bean validation constraints. But again, that's my opinion. Maybe other projects, other companies have other ideas and are using it, which is of course also fine. So here I am just doing a sanity check on that if they are required, if they are filled in or not, if they are present or not, because yeah, you can specify a URL without query parameters, and then this method is still called, and then yeah, this day will be NULL. And then yeah, you have to do NULL checks yourself, so it is easier by just putting it here as not NULL. Again, I think that's where MicroProfile is one of the weaker points. If I do validation without anything, you see, I still get this kind of HTML which says, well, this is not found, this URL, which is actually correct because, okay, I have a /validate, but I have explicitly said that I require a query parameter and a week, a day of week parameter, which is not there. So this is not a matching method. There is no other method somewhere defined in my project, so he does not find some Java method that can be linked to this URL. So that's technically fine, but again, yeah, you have that HTTP here, which you can overcome with some configuration and some additional classes, but that's one of the weaker points here on Payara Micro in that case. Yeah, within that README, you have an example which does work, and if you see the exception or not. This is also for completeness, I have to say it, but I'm not fond of it. You can throw at any point what's called a web application exception, where you give the value of the response and where you give the status. Precondition failed is 412. Let me look then at the README, and then I have here a result. Probably any date because it's not for this month anymore, but because you see the it says my validation checked if the 5th of November was a I'm seeing that someone is trying to get in, so let me admit him first. What? So if the 5th November was a Wednesday, which is not the case, so I get what I asked for, precondition failed, but yeah, that's HTML again. It's a bit annoying, but what I wanted to indicate is that you can throw any kind of exception anywhere and that it will handle correctly by the environment. That's JAX-RS requirement, but not really fond of using a certain specific exception within your code. Maybe here it is a bit okay because you are still within a class which is entirely dedicated to JAX-RS to communicate with your client. So maybe yes, but outside of this of these paths annotated classes, I would not throw a web application exception because that really.
So, Hallöchen.
Sorry, what was the question? So having this in some method somewhere, which might not be even only used by JAXRS, that can be that can be a bit annoying, because if it's not running in the context of JAXRS, because you can have a common background, a common code module which is shared between different kind of technologies like JSF and JAXRS, then throwing this web application is not really useful. Come to that in a moment. What is a better approach? There are also the possibilities of extending the functionality of JAXRS, and one of the extensions that you can use here is a interceptor again, which wraps around your normal processing, and this interceptor wraps around the normal processing, which is related to writing the data to your client again. And again, you have the around write to. This now is fixed name because it is a method defined in the interface here, and that writer interceptor, so that you can handle some specific cases outside of your business logic. For instance, here I have included the way of writing a interceptor that handles zip encoding. So if your client indicates that he accepts the gzip, so that it allows zip encoding, then I'm wrapping the original output stream, which will be used to by the rest of the system to send the data. I'm wrapping that with a specific output stream that will perform the compression operation. There is a little bit more required. There needs to be a bit of handling around HTTP headers, etc. So that's why I have here also that response filter, which is a filter. So it is changing the response in this case. It's adding to the headers also that accept encoding what was added on the request, because otherwise some clients don't understand your response because they don't see this as it is compressed, like curl, for example. But that's a detail. What I wanted to mention is that you can extend things by, for instance, here the writer, you also have the reader interceptor. And how are they picked up? They are picked up by any class that is annotated with provider. And provider means it provides additional functionality, and that will be picked up automatically and applied. And if it checks at the coding here, the code itself checks if zip encoding needs to be applied or not. So that's the logic that here needs to be done. As it is an interceptor, don't forget to call the original one, because if you forget to do this, then nothing is sent to the client anymore, because the response is not processed properly and is not sent to the client. As always with an interceptor, don't forget to call the initial one. That was with CDI the case, that around invoke annotation, where we had a proceed. Same thing here. Don't forget to call the original chain so that everything processes, which is not the case for a filter, because that is just applied a bit aside. The original thing is always happening. The proper way, let's see if it check if there is no, okay, if there was a question. The proper way of handling exceptions then. That's again with a custom extension that you do as a developer. You provide something additional, and which is called a exception mapper. And an exception mapper, what it does is basically it converts a certain type of throwable, so some kind of exception that you define which you will handle, and it converts it to a response. Response, you remember, that's the thing that you can say it was okay with the payload, it failed with status 406, 412, or whatever. So that's the idea of an exception mapper. So you can define your own exception mapper, and in this case, it will handle what I call in the project that I do or involved with by a class that I have defined myself in the project, which is called any kind of business exception that extends a runtime exception. This is a top-level class, and then, for instance, you can have an exception for, like I mentioned, order not accepted due to failing payment or something. So you can define all your different reasons as an exception why there was a failure in your business logic. They all extend from that business exception, so they are all handled by that mapper, which I come to more in detail in a moment. And since it is a runtime exception, you don't need to specify it over and over again on your methods. You don't need to say throws business exception on each method. It is a runtime exception. And those checked exceptions, as they're called, which you explicitly need to define, that's by a lot of people, even core Java, JDK architects said that it was a mistake, that everything should be a runtime exception, but that's another discussion. So you have a way of throwing an exception anywhere in your code. So you can say, I can throw my error exception within a JAX-RS resource, within a CDI, bean, within whatever kind of object, and it holds, it stops the processing there. And then through that exception mapper, it ends up in this method. Because before it reaches the top level for JAX-RS, it sees, oh, you have defined an exception mapper. So that means that you want to do something for that specific business exception. And in this case, I'm creating a proper JSON response. Well, I should have done a proper JSON response, but I'm just returning the error message, but I should have done a proper JSON response. And I can set also a proper status. So whenever I call exception with that value, so I can have those zoom windows are sometimes a bit annoying because they are all over my screen. So I can say exception, and I can just say any kind of value. Then it says, yeah, the value 1 is not allowed. That was the message from my exception. And I have here that precondition failed. It's not JSON. That's something that I should update if it's a real world project, but it is already much better than this HTML error that you get back by default. So if you create an exception mapper for a new one, so I'm just going to type it here. So if I'm going to create an exception handler for throwable, which means that anything that happens that comes to this method here, then I can get rid of this HTML. So it's not that complicated to have a proper response, but yeah, you need to do. You need to write a small class. So we have already two typical things. We have an interceptor, which modifies the normal behavior, like here zipping the response. We have already an extension for handling error messages, exceptions. That's also very useful. And the third type of thing is not recommended. It's purely example here. You can have things for when there is coming a request coming in to perform some logic. In this case, it is a security handler. It's better that you just use the available frameworks, as there is, for instance, with MicroProfile, we have the JWT specification, which handles the JOT tokens on endpoints and see if they are correct and validates them, etc., which is, of course, better than trying to implement here something yourself and maybe forgetting a few things, and then you have a security issue. So it's totally fine if you create them, but know what you're doing and make sure that you triple check everything and that you try to see if every hole is patched and that nothing can go wrong, because, yeah, of course, security vulnerabilities, etc., are critical in your application. This is another one, another example, mainly then for those who are interested in investigating it, in researching those things, which handles, which works on the request. So when some things come in, and based on the URL, I'm going to decide if a person is allowed or not. And if he is not allowed, I'm going to abort the entire processing with the status for something unauthorized. I can look it up. 401 unauthorized. And to determine if he is allowed or not, I'm going to check a header called authorization header, and I'm going to check if there is a base 64 encoding. And of course, I should do some proper checks here, not saying, oh, there is a username and a password, and so it is fine. No, I need to go to a database or whatever e-resource to make a proper check. But again, it's the ID here that I want to show. And again, those JWT tokens are better suited for those REST endpoints than this pure base 64 thing. Once the user is allowed, I'm creating a specific context. So I've created a specific security context. Security context is something that you need to implement if you have your own security logic. Again, JWT has its own by default already, so you don't need to do those things. For instance, to get a username, it's called user principal. Check if the user has a certain role. Here it is. Was the request coming in through HTTPS? So SSL involved, yes or no? And those kind of things that needs to be implemented by that context. And then whenever, wherever you are using, so within any kind of endpoint, you can access that security context by injecting it here. And as I said, this will be removed. This inject will be removed, and then you have to use something like not inject here, but it's basically that you need to use the inject and not the context, which is specific for JAX-RS, which will be replaced by CDI. But based on that, I can, for instance, look up the name, see if he is certain user, and just to demonstrate you that it works, I have forgotten the CDI integration, but okay. I'll come to that in a moment. Where is my... I don't have an example of, here it is. If I call it, where this base64 is just my name with, I think, again, my name as password, base64 encoded, which then is properly allowed, saying, hello, Rudy. But again, know what you're doing if you're implementing those kind of things. What I did not then show was, where was it then? Or is it later? Where was the example of CDI integration? Where is my CDI one? Here is my CDI one. Until now, you have always seen that, yeah, I've done everything within my class itself. There you see, there is no logic outside of these methods, which of course is not real world case scenario things. You probably have logic like that business logic that I mentioned already a few times, or any kind of logic in CDI beans in other classes. So how can you use them? Well, that should not be surprised that you can inject within a resource that you can inject there, for instance, a CDI bean, and then you can call that, for example. This is not actually needed, as I said, because CDI, JAXRS has its own dependency management system, which is integrated with JAXRS, so even this works. But most of the time, I'm explicitly defining it so that, because there is no user specific and request specific information here held in properties, then I can explicitly already say to the system, there is only one instance needed, which is optimal for the memory pressure, because it is not required that I need a different class for each request which comes in. But that depends, of course, on your logic, because there is also the possibility to have, instead of your path parameters like this, you can also inject them as as values, as properties of your class, which I'm not a fan of it, so that's why I'm not showing it, but it is possible. I hope I'm not going too fast. For most of you, it's okay. It's you can also always review things, but I'm trying to get everything covered today, of course. If there are questions, please ask them. Happy to answer them. JAXRS, until now, we have seen that it's always on the server side, how you can capture data or respond to a request from the client, so that you can process on the server and respond back. JAXRS also has a client side. So that's possible to use. For example, you have developed two applications, two microservices, and service one needs to call service two. And then with that client in service one, it becomes easier to call endpoints from service two, and that you don't need to use low-level things in Java like the URL class, or use some external added dependencies like the Apache HTTP client or whatever. You can use it within the code without external requirement for external dependencies. You can use here a client from JAX defined by the JAX-RS. This is the JAX-RS one. Tomorrow we will see the MicroProfile client, which has a easier solution. You will see this works, this client, but is really low level in the sense that, for instance, my client, I need to say I'm going to target a certain URL with a path. I'm sending a request. With that request, there is a header required, and then I do a get on that endpoint. So that's really programmatic and can be cumbersome in some cases. Tomorrow we will see a much easier way. You can play around with it, etc. Just want to mention here, and it's also mentioned in the comment, don't create a new client for each request which is coming in. Creating a client is quite expensive, and expensive means that it does not take seconds, but it takes more than your average statement in Java. So create it only once. Keep a reference to it, because here it is singleton. It's more or less the same as an application scoped. No, not exactly, but for now, forget the difference. And here it does not make any difference. So that you keep it, since it is thread safe, it is no problem that multiple requests use it at the same time here, so that you don't have any mixing of requests. So that's not a problem. That's the standard synchronized stuff, server side, how to capture parts of the URL, queries, returning JSON, returning text, handling exceptions, etc. And then there is a last thing that I want to cover, and that's asynchronous processing. And yeah, on that asynchronous, there is, of course, you can have asynchronous on the server. You can have also asynchronous on the client. On the client, I will explain it tomorrow with MicroProfile. On the client, instead of saying that your method returns a response or a string, you can say it is able to return a completion stage. Completion stage is something from standard Java, from the concurrent package, which is typically created for those asynchronous processing, like typical apply, accept, and blah, 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 and those types of things. People that are familiar with that asynchronous processing, they will probably know it, have used it, and know what all those things mean. The point is here that, for instance, here I have a completion state that I return. Okay. I'm preparing then completion states was a interface. So I'm preparing an actual class. Completable future is an implementation of completion state, sorry. And I'm then launching a separate thread, which generates my response. And I'm returning already this result, this completable future, as a response. What is the benefit of doing this? Because yeah, you have, for those who knows a bit the internals about threads and how those are linked with runtimes. You have, first of all, you have what's called a acceptor thread, one or maybe a few of them, which listen to connections from the client on a certain port. On port 8080, they are just listening. Is there something that wants to connect to us? If they see that something comes in and the initial handshake is done, then they hand over the actual processing to a second thread pool. A thread pool which is configurable also in Payara Micro, that you can say, for instance, I have 10, 20, 100, whatever number of threads which are capable of handling the user requests. So since the acceptor thread is handed over the work to that pool, the acceptor thread is again free to accept another client which comes in, etc., etc. So that's the first handover, so that you listen at maximum to the clients which are trying to connect to you. That's always done. That's by default. That's how Payara Micro works. That's some internal stuff of Payara Micro. That's nothing to do with Jakarta. So that thread pool that I said, that those 20 threads, for instance, that are handling your request, are then here executing this method, for example. This method, but maybe I should show you another, are handling or executing this method, the normal way, which is most of the time fine. And but if you have something like what's called blocking calls, so you call external systems, then that thread is just waiting for the response from that external system. So that it may end up that your 20 threads which are processing user requests are just waiting to get something back from an external system, which is then not useful because your server can't accept and can't do anything more work, but actually it's not doing any kind of work because it is just waiting for those external systems. You can, of course, increase that pool. Instead of 20, you can increase it to 50, and then your solution is solved. But then you just have more threads, and basically you still have the thing that is not doing anything. So what people then do is working with this asynchronous approach. But do note that not all parts of Jakarta and not all parts of Payara are asynchronous compliant. So it might be that there are still blocking parts. But for instance, here I can say, instead of just performing this logic, which then probably includes going outside and coming back with a response from the external service, let's offload that logic to, again, another thread pool that I have defined myself, so that the initial thread pool, those 20, that they are freed up more quickly. But okay, here we have then again asleep, so we are still waiting. We cannot solve that. At some point we need to wait until something comes back. But that means that we have put it now in another part, and which is also under our control, so that we can, for instance, group threads for specific endpoints and for specific external services that we call, etc. So then here we can, this is now a generic managed executor service. That's the reason, by the way, why we have this additional dependency here, that concurrency, that concurrent API. That is because that's managed executor service is defined there. And so here you can have pools defined specific for each type of actions, and then you have more control about what the to where it is waiting and how it is waiting, and maybe how many users can be waiting on the same external service, etc., which is much more difficult to do when you don't use this completion stage. This is already advanced stuff, as you probably can imagine from my explanation. And if you don't get it, all the details from what I have said now, that's not a problem. But for those that are already aware of or that asynchronous processing and that want to see an example, well, this is a good starting point for that. So remember that it is possible, and that if you might need it, that you know that you should look up how to use completion stage within JAVAPRO and make use of that managed executor service. Yeah, from the end user here, there is no difference at all. So you have here the REST API, async, long running, check first for capitalizations, because anyway, if I do it wrong, it does not work. Yeah, because it only was 100 milliseconds wait, you hardly see that it was waiting, but the client just see the response. But internally, there is now more control over where logic is executing, who is waiting, who is taking the blocking waits, etc. So that can be an advantage. That was JAVAPRO. Quite a bit. Managed to get it more or less in time, so I am still on schedule, so we can complete everything today what is on the agenda. Are there any questions about how to do X, Y, Z, maybe with JAVAPRO, or do you have the feeling that everything is covered for the moment, that you don't have any question? I get one thumbs up already, so I propose again a break of 15 minutes, and then I'll go over MicroProfile config, a bit of MicroProfile config, so that for those who are who have the time, who are willing to play with it, they can create that exercise. We probably start. You can start with exercise before the training ends today, but the idea is that you also have time to play today, next week, next month, whenever you hopefully have again some time to work on it. So see you all in 15 minutes for the MicroProfile intro. So I hope that you are ready for the last block of information. So yeah, we have now two major components, areas seen for our application. If you want to create a microservice or even just a service application in general, we can accept requests from the client with JAVAPRO. We can handle them in our backend, our logic, business logic, through CDI beans, CDI services, service classes. So our main components are there, main functionality is there. Now we can add the little bits and pieces which makes things easier. For example, configuration and some additional specific functionality for that cloud native, that those microservices. if you need them. Yeah, again, someone mentioned, thanks for the overview. Details are in the example. Indeed, there is, we have here that in that demos directory, this one was the JAXRS, where you can have that program code. I have to check because there are few small changes which are not apparently pushed here, but I'll make sure that they are done this evening. So now the next two things are here, MicroProfile config and some specific functionality within Payara on top of MicroProfile config. So this was the list of the things that we have covered. JSON support, defining your endpoints, mapping the endpoints, and then conversion. Did not mention it explicitly, but you can guess it that if you have, for instance, defined a number, an integer in your parameter, in your method parameter, then there is a conversion done from basically the string in the URL to that number, but you can also convert to an enum, convert to several types of classes. Most things are naturally, and you can define some specific cases if you want a specific conversion yourself. So that is something that you can look up. So if not, then if no other questions, then we can continue to MicroProfile. There was a lot of mentioning of MicroProfile this morning when we introduced ourselves. So I guess a lot of people are interested in one of the things that I'm going to say now, the MicroProfile config and how to use it. Okay, someone saying that he's just back from something else. That's not a problem. The settings for the start MicroProfile, they are this one. So make sure that you select Payara MicroProfile runtime here. And then you don't need any of these examples if you just want to generate a project which is capable of generating a WAR file, but also capable of generating that FAT-jar with that executable jar file. So that's all that you need. So first of all, MicroProfile, the definition was that it optimizes the enterprise Java system for microservice architecture. And just as with Java EE at the time, it is a specification. So again, it's not really enough. By adding MicroProfile, you also always need an implementation like Payara Micro has an implementation of all the specifications on its own. Most other, there are, you have, for instance, a library that implements it, and most vendors just include that library. The library is called SmallRay, that implements all those specific implementations, and that's from Red Hat. So it is used also in Quarkus, but also in Wildfly. And also I see that TomEE, the TomEE tribe has included now in in the TomEE server, but Payara has implemented the MicroProfile specifications on their own, so they are not adding it from an external implementation. There was a good reason for it, because then, if you have it as a library like SmallRay, then again, it is only using these specifications, CDI and all the other specifications on which it's built on top of it. Come to that also, I guess, in a moment. But by implementing it themselves, they were able to have a tight integration with the Payara Micro internals. That's also available in Payara Server, but it has a tight integration, which means that it is the integration is better, faster, etc. than with any other vendor. Maybe not with Quarkus, because small array is actually designed to work in Quarkus, but it is at least a very good implementation. Another question you need to ask then, was Java EE or Jakarta EE, is that not enough? Why do we need something else? The main thing is that MicroProfile started when there was just at the end of the Java EE lifetime with Oracle, because there was, as I said, a year which not much happened. In that same year, like 2017, 2018, there was a lot of booming things around microservices, cloud native, etc. So, and Oracle was not 100% responsive at that time. So a lot of vendors, including Payara, but also Red Hat and IBM and TomEE tribe, etc. They formed a group together, forming MicroProfile group, adding things on top of the standards like CDI and JAXRS, of things that are not really covered yet in Jakarta EE. For instance, things that are not there from the 12-factor application methodology, things like observability and fault tolerance, because microservices are in a distributed environment. Distributed environment means things will go wrong at some point, network failures or any kind of other failure. So you need something additional on top of Jakarta EE to make it easier for those environments. And that's the reason why MicroProfile was there. The reason is maybe less urgent today to keep MicroProfile existing, because now when it is with the Eclipse Foundation, they could join, the efforts could be joined between MicroProfile Jakarta. There is some collaboration, but that, I guess, can be improved and maybe will improve the coming years. So yeah, MicroProfile, what is it? So it is based on the JSON specifications. Did Jakarta EE improve a lot in that regard? You mean with the collaboration? Not yet. So I hope that that it comes. The collaboration started a bit last year. Yeah, we're thinking of time because time is so strange last few years. But it was last year. There was started some collaboration, but they did not reach a real consensus to join forces. I would say there is a collaboration, but not a real joint effort. So the MicroProfile can be used standalone, as you have seen with that project that is generated with that start.microprofile.io. It's only using a MicroProfile and Maven dependency, because it is also using and including a CDI, that JAXRS that we have seen, the JSON processing and the JSON binding. So those basic building blocks that we have already seen are also in MicroProfile. But on top of that, there are a few things which are very interesting to use in many cases. Some of them are now bit transferred. There is an effort of moving that config part here on top right to Jakarta. And integrated there, there is also a discussion going on around the security, the JOT authentication. So there might be some things that move better integration, but the vendors are already doing a great job, and not only Payara, but also the other vendors, do a great job of integrating the MicroProfile with Jakarta so that you can use them both together. As I mentioned, config is one thing. So the way how you provide your application with configuration values. security, the JOT tokens, what I mentioned, and then a lot around observability, and like those metrics, health, etc., to know better what your system is doing. Because if you have an entire environment with even, let's say, 100, but okay, most of the time you don't need 100, but if you have 100 or even 50 instances of something running, you don't want to go every morning each by them looking, oh, in the log, oh, is it doing fine, or is there an issue? So you need some general centralized approach to see if they are running fine or not. And that it, for instance, can be integrated within Kubernetes. That's the idea of the health specification, so that it can be integrated in those toolings like Kubernetes to have automatic restarts when things goes wrong and those kind of things. Besides the core, what's called the core umbrella on the left, with here MicroProfile 4, there are MicroProfile 6 will be released in 2 weeks. But there is not that large changes, and there are a few changes, but the major building blocks are still there. There are a few updates of version numbers. But there are also a few standalone, which you see on the right. One is work around reactive programming, reactive messaging, and reactive streams. It's not really picked up by a lot of vendors, also because it's optional, standalone, so they don't need to do it. For example, Payara does not implement those reactive specifications. There is something around context propagation, and that means that that you have information which is available on one thread, and that you start another thread, like that async. We saw that example with that managed executor service, that you can propagate information from one thread to another in a generic way. What kind of information? That's most of the time security information, user information, so that the other thread knows for who he is working, and that he can check if things, if they are allowed or not allowed. That context propagation is now more or less integrated in the Jakarta concurrency. Half of it is already in it. Second half will be in the next release of Jakarta EE. And then we have GraphQL. So you probably know what GraphQL is. The way, and it is not exactly correct to say it's on top of JAX-RS, but it is. It's also endpoints where you define through some kind of query language, which is a JSON file, query what you want, which kind of information. For instance, you can define which fields within objects you want, etc. So that's also available within MicroProfile. And as I mentioned, MicroProfile config is one of the things for that 12-factor application, because there it is mentioned that config needs to be stored in the environment so that one single artifact can be used for development, test, and production, so that you don't need to rebuild your WAR file or your executable jar file for different environments. It sounds strange that people do that, but it actually happens more than you think. I was once with a customer which was taking that a bit to the extreme, where the operational teams took the WAR file, unzipped it, changed a few files, and then zipped it back to a WAR file and then deployed it in production. So manually. So that was rather risky business, if you ask me. So that's something that you should avoid at all costs. So that means that you need the ability to read the things that you, which are different, like for instance, database configuration, to which database you connect, values that are emails, like for instance, that you in test, you send it to dummy test emails internally, so that you can check it works, but in fact, in production, it works as expected, and those kind of things, that you all read them from external, from your WAR file, so that you have one single artifact going through every stage of your pipeline, because then, you know, for instance, if you test something in test, that you test the actual thing which goes in production, and not that you don't go in production with a modified WARF file, so which can have an issue. In short, what is MicroProfile config? It defines config sources, locations where configuration can be obtained from, and it goes by them one by one to see if any of those sources contain the info that you requested, and if so, then it returns it, so that you have priorities. There is a conversion, as many times, going from string most of the time to your Java objects and numbers, but also dates and pure POJOs and enums and those kind of things. And you can inject those configuration values into CDI beans. That's the idea of MicroProfile config. Again, I have an example for that with a few things. So yeah, for what do you need in your project? If you start from the starter, you see you have the MicroProfile dependency, you have the 4.1, which is for Jakarta EE 8 at the latest version. 5 is for Jakarta 9 based, and 6, which comes out in 2 weeks, is Jakarta EE 10 based. So with the current version that we use for Payara, it is 4.1 then that you can use as a dependency, and that brings in then all the APIs. It's again provided, server has everything, you have the APIs that you can use within your code. As I mentioned, you can inject values, you can inject configuration values. So I have here a resource. Yeah, I'm using request scope so that I have every time a new resource, but I can that's not mandatory to have it working. And I can inject it, as I said, but yeah, I'm going to inject it to a string, so I need to give it a bit more of context. What kind of string? Because some kind of qualifier, and that's then this kind of this configuration property, this config property, where I say, look me up in all those config sources a key which is called injected.value. By default, there are different locations supported. One is this microprofile-config.property file within the meta-inf directory. You have the environment, and you have the system properties of the JVM, which are also looked up by default, but you can define your own config source if you like to read it from a database. Payara Micro has, for instance, possibilities to read it from Kubernetes secrets, etc. So then you can define your configuration in those Kubernetes secrets, which are not really secret. It's just base64 encoded most of the time. So, but okay, it's not easily readable. You need to do something. So you can have any kind of config source that provides you the data. If it does not find anything, then you can define also already a default value within the code, because again, if the entire CDI validation tries to see, can I supply a value for this inject later on, then the system needs to be sure that it finds something. So that means that you need to provide a default value, or otherwise it can fail if it does not find it during deployment. There is also a possibility to delay that, so that you don't check it during deployment, but only during a runtime. I'll come to that in a moment. And then, yeah, it's a string value, so I can return it here. I just return it as a part of this response. But yeah, okay, that's one thing. Just as with CDI, you can look up CDI beans. Here again, you can also look up those configuration values programmatically. So you ask a config object to the generic provider. That's again in the specification. Each vendor has his implementation of that. And then you ask for the config value. This time you say this it is the key value and expect it converted to a string, which is no conversion, but I can convert it to an integer or any kind of other option, and I can return it. Going to run it again so that now and then I can execute the curl command so that you can see it in action. Some always nice things to show how it looks like. So Java minus Payara Micro jar. And then I can curl this endpoint, quickly looking here because that's faster. So again, the path URL, the everything Jack's arrest, so that's nothing specific. And then I see this injected value. He takes that value here from this property file. Yeah, there are different sources, and each of them has a priority. I'm going to show it in the README. That's probably easier. For instance, if I define a system property on the JVM level, like config.key here, then that value will be used at that point here instead of the from code value. And then if you run it, then it is started. Sorry, it is returned and looked up in that system property. As I said, environment is also a useful location in those. If you deploy microservices, this application in general, you just need to set the environment correctly of that server, and it picks up there the values. Each test production can all have is different environments, especially with those cloud things, those scripted environments, and you just need to properly set the environment through that scripting, and you have the correct configuration. I mentioned again in the beginning, CDI checks if it's there or not. If you know that something is optional and you don't want to provide a default value, because then that default value should have a special meaning so that you know it is a default value and not something which is coming from the outside. So then it's better to use here the optional. Optional means that, okay, he injects here something, but depending if the value is found or not, he will, the optional will have a value or will be empty. And then in code, you can again do whatever you like. If there is no value found, then you can provide the default, or you can do something or whatever, but then it's probably better that you use that optional if you know, or that you might have the idea that a person did not configure it, or that you say, okay, it's fine if you don't configure, then I'm taking some default there. During startup, Payara displays a short message from Hazelcast. Yes, because Hazelcast is started. You mean, where is the Hazelcast here? Like this one? That was not my intention to go very deep on it, but if you like, we have still a few free moments for tomorrow afternoon. So I'll make a note of that, and I'll see that I can give you a short intro of, for instance, how to use Hazelcast in the case you are working with microservices and want to do a communication between those. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. So one topic we have for tomorrow afternoon is Hazelcast. By the way, if you know, I'm going to stop it. If you know that you're not going to use Hazelcast because it's a standalone, then it is better to start it like this, because then the startup is faster. No cluster means no clustering capabilities means no Hazelcast, and then it starts faster. It's not extreme different, but it takes about 1 second to start up Hazelcast. So I was telling optional, probably a good way of making sure that your application still deploys. If you don't specify a value, of course, if you say, okay, I need a data source, I need a configuration for my database, then it is better than to fail the deployment if you know that you cannot work later on because of the missing database info. So then follow-up question on Hazelcast. We'll see an example how to set up cluster on local machine. Yes, we will see it. Conversion, as I said, again, everything in this file, system properties, most of them are just strings. This is purely interpreted as a string. So even if I type something like number is 1, 2, 3, then, okay, this is a number, but actually it is a string. So you need to have conversions. And yeah, the conversions are done automatically for numbers. That's something that you automatically expect. But how can you define something like a list of strings, an array of strings? That's also possible. It's handled more or less the same way. Is by defining a string where you use the comma as a separator. So this will actually be through 3 items. One will be dog, the other one cat, and the third one will be dog, comma cat. So because this is escaped, will mean that it will end up, this will be the string which will end up in an item of your list. You can also convert to any kind of class as long as you provide a converter for it. So this is probably not the most sensible one, but the RGB one, the colors red, green, and blue. What if I want to define in my configuration file, my color is red, green, and blue? What you can do then is create a converter, a MicroProfile converter, where you implement a method. You only need to convert from string to the object itself. It's not like with JSON that you need to convert also from your object back to string. It's one way. This is, of course, a very simplistic, not real good way of doing it, but it works as long as you if you just follow the conversion rule strictly, in the sense that it just splits the string in the parts and uses the first as the R value, second as the G, and the third one as a B value. So in this case, it works. How does it know that this converter exists and that it will be picked up or needed for that when it tries to inject to an RGB POJO class? Then you have to define it through the service loader mechanism. So you have to define a file the same as the interface name, and you need to place it in the beta-inf/services directory, where the content of the file is one or multiple You can have more converters, of course, for different kind of objects, not for one of single, because then the last one wins. In this case, our RGB converter will be picked up through this service loader mechanism. And whenever you have this resource here, it's number 3, then you then he can convert it, add that string to that value here. Let's call it config converter so that you see how it comes out. Config converter. This is the toString version, so you see that he successfully converted it, and these are the 3 items, as I said, where the comma here was escaped, so that means it ends up in one item of the list. Okay, we know how to inject, where it comes from, that a file, or you can have multiple files, Kubernetes secrets, you have optionals, you have conversions. So what else can we have? Okay, this is now not the ideal situation, but the point is, when is the config file accessed? When is the creation done? As I mentioned, he's going to check if that property is resolvable during deployment time already. So that means that if he cannot, if he knows that he cannot resolve it, then it will fail. Sometimes that means that your service can only start when, for instance, another dependent service is already started. But actually, you only want to have that hard link only during runtime, not during startup, because then that means that you have a certain order of starting your services, which is in a cloud environment not really a good idea. So instead of hard coding, hard coding is not a good word. Instead of checking it during startup, so that you have here always this type, the actual type, it is better to use something from CDI, which is called provider. Provider, the meaning of provider is that you have a proxy which will give you the actual value when you call the get of that provider interface here from that proxy. Which means that for CDI during startup and when this class is created, that there is only a proxy injected. So it's not looking up the actual value what from the environment, from the files, environment properties, or those kind of things. So this means that you delay resolving your value until the absolutely last moment. Be aware, as I mentioned, this is not the ideal situation, because I used here a request scoped, which means that for every request there is a new E4 resource instance created. There is a new injection done by CDI. That means that for every time I call this method, I'm going to resolve the value of this key, which might be not ideal, because I'm doing way too much lookups than probably needed. I'll need to have some caching, which I will cover in a moment for the Payara Micro extension. Yeah, and then one of the additions in config 2, we are already at config 4 now, so it's already a few years available. But one of the additions was that in that version that you can have variables that points to other configuration items. So if I'm asking the value for complex value, okay, that's a constant, and then a variable part, which is again the key of another value, which is here in this case in the same file, but that does not need to be the case. You just use the entire lookup mechanism of config again, so it can be in a other location in another config source. So that this is the variable replacement, which is added later on, but it is already available for quite some years. So probably some people are already using it or familiar with it. Config is not much more than that. Okay, you can define your own config source. You can creating your own converters. I covered, but config is a rather small, simple specification. But yeah, it can be handy and useful in those microservices environment for the configuring your project, so that your application, so that it does not need to be recreated. That WAR file, for example, does not need to be recreated. Tomorrow we will see another example of how you can provide MicroProfile config values to MicroProfile. To Payara Micro, which is also useful. Is using a file instead of so that you can read them from a file. I will see that example when I discuss the database access. That's an option. I said Kubernetes secrets. You have to look it up how it needs to be done, but that's also a useful thing. Yeah, so one thing which is on top of the standards, which so it's not default, is caching. Caching is not in the specification. There is mentioning implementations are allowed to cache certain parts of the resolvement of your value, but that is implementation specific. Because as I mentioned, going over and over again, even reading from a file or whatever, in a high volume system, that's not wanted. And caching is only is good when you know that you have your data or your configuration data are static, is not changing. But what if you want to have an environment where you say, well, I like to be able to change my values on the fly without starting and stopping the runtime. So in that case, you need to find a balance between how many times I'm going to look it up versus do I need to change it, and or do I want to have a constant for that? So that's why caching then comes in, and I'm going to show you how Payara Micro, how you can use it with Payara Micro, because by default there is a caching solution available. It's just an implementation detail, so that means that you still have the same dependencies. That is not changed. It's still the same on how you want to use it. No, that's not what I want. It's still the same how I want to use it. So I'm injecting a config property in a string, and I can use it. That does not change. But yeah, the extreme dynamic value that you can think about is, of course, time. So I want to inject here the timestamp as a string. but I want to also have something that only changes every 10 seconds. So how can I do that? First of all, for the sake of this example, because it is dynamic, I need a custom config source. A source that can provide me values for my configuration, just like that file did, just like environment can do. Implementing such a source is rather easy. You have two metadata type of methods. The first one, the easiest one, is you have to give your source a name. So feel free to put there something as name that is used only at some locations, so that's not really important. Some internal parts rely on some kind of enumeration. It's not required, but it helps the internal implementations of MicroProfile config, that it knows upfront which properties it can resolve. So here I'm saying, well, I will provide a value for the property now. So I'm returning that here. A config source is allowed to return an empty set, meaning that he cannot say upfront what values are there. Typical is there. The implementation for the Kubernetes secrets will not say I have X, Y, and Z available, because yeah, that's the user who is going to define it later on. So if you do not return it by default, the list, then it will check you anyway. If you provide a list, then if I'm trying to resolve the key value foo, then it will ignore my resource, because it definitely knows that it will not be helpful to call me, because it will return anyway. I'm providing a value for now, which is basically just a formatted new date with the pattern hour, minute, and seconds. Again, that's an extension. You need to specify it to the through the service loader mechanism. So no, I still did not define my specific MicroProfile part, which is caching. I come to that in a moment. First, let me just build it for the sake that I have here the URL of the WAR file, and then I can deploy it. No, I cannot deploy it like that, because I need to specify the config. This one. Don't worry, I'll explain it all in detail in a moment. So I'm starting up Payara Micro, but now with one important configuration parameter. There is one extra, which is this postboot command file. And the postboot command file is used to configure your environment. As I said before, Payara server, you have the distinct phases: install, configure, and run. So how can you configure Payara Micro? Well, that's through this postboot command file. For those who are familiar with Payara server, everything that you typed on that ASAdmin command line tool, you have you have, of course, start domain, and those things which are, but you have things like deploy that you type, but you also have there the create, it's not the correct naming, but create JDBC connection pool, for example. All these types of commands that you could use with the ASAdmin command tool, you can put them in a file. And those will be executed then just after Payara Micro is started, but before your application is deployed within Payara Micro. So that's your window of opportunity to configure entire Payara Micro, including, as we will see tomorrow, setting up your connection pooling, etc. What I'm doing here, in this case, is saying that I have my cache for config, and the duration of that at the time that I keep it in my cache is 10 seconds. So I started up that that instance. He has processed somewhere. Let me set config. Is it not there? It should be there. Here, you see, the boot command set config cache returned successfully. So that's how you can see that it is actually, that it has actually processed that file, and that maybe if you made an error, that you can see here what the error was. And then we can call our endpoint, which basically does not know anything about our cache. It just, not that one here. And MicroProfile sees, oh, I need the value for now. And basically, it looks up all sources. It finds our custom source. It asks for it, and it gets there. And I waited a bit too long. I talked too much, so I will show it now more in a faster way. Every time I'm asking that, but then says, yeah, okay, MicroProfile, Payara says, I have a cache here and I'm using that cache. With a timeout of 10 seconds, which means if I wait longer than 10 seconds, as you have seen already, I get a new value. So this is an important extension in the sense that you can have the ability to change your configuration values on the fly, and that MicroProfile can pick them up, and that Payara Micro can pick them up with the cache timeout that you have defined. There is indeed only one global cache, so you can only say 10 seconds. It does not even know that it comes from my config source. So you don't define caches for a certain config source, you just define a cache for the resolved values. If a value is resolved, it goes in the cache and it stays there for 10 seconds. Afterwards, it is evicted, and if you ask it again, then the cache lookup will fail, and it goes the entire search through all the config sources again. Any other question about MicroProfile config? Because we are almost at the end of the day. Yeah, maybe a few things. That post-boot command file is one of the many command line parameters which are possible. So if you click on the link, you see that you come to the documentation of Payara, which is Payara server and micro. So please be sure that you check the micro one. And here is a listing of all possible command line parameters that you have, and that post-boot command file is one of them. That no cluster. Here also you have now also no Hazelcast, but you still have a cluster which is working, but in a limited way. You see that post-boot command file here. So that's all the like you can set the port number, like it was by default port 8080, but you can specify that in command line, etc. Interesting things are the context routes, so that you change the route, that you add additional libraries to the system, that you define system properties. We will use that tomorrow. Where the log file is, what the log configuration is, and things for if you know CDS the Java technology to do a warm-up so that you have an image with all the classes predefined and pre-available for faster startup. Then you have that minus warm-up and output launcher here. So if you're interested in that, I have a presentation on that, which is available online to describe that. So that's Payara Micro, that post-boot command file. As I said, it what does it do? First of all, your jar file is this jar file. So the Java -jar, this Payara Micro jar file is not, well, it is an executable jar file, but it's only a few classes, and there it unpacks itself, and it resembles more the Payara server setup after unpacking with the entire directory structure. Then it executes the pre-boot command file. It adapts some JVM parameters so that your executed jar file becomes part of the class path, and then you execute the post-boot command file, deploys the applications, execute that post-deploy command file, and then your instance is ready to serve requests. Probably good to know how those things works. And if you have difficulties of writing those post-boot command files, for instance, then have a look at Payara server and use the ESAdmin recorder, because that actually generates a file which can be used as post-boot command file also on Payara Micro. So actually, we can first do it manually within Payara server. The result of that is a script, ESAdmin script, post-boot command file that you can use also in Payara Micro. So that's a handy tool for those who are not familiar with Payara Micro and all those commands, because you see there are quite a lot of them. Then I have a little exercise for those. We have officially only 7 minutes, but for those who wants to play with it, there is an exercise so that you create JAX-RS endpoints for a web shop. You can read it in the here in that GitHub repo. There is here in the lab. I have a an easier version and a more advanced version, and the description of what you should do is here in the README file. And actually, this is a kind of script that, if you have implemented correctly, all those endpoints work with the description of what it is, like list the users. This should fail with status 400 because it is missing a product parameter, etc. So this is okay. I know it's not a really good good the testing solution, but it is already something for you to play around with minimal investment in other tools or whatever. The more advanced one is also using that security thing that I mentioned, so that if you want to play more with those filters, those context, etc. For those who want to study the results, there is a solution branch. So if you switch the branch, you can download the same repo, but then with a solution, because here in this one, you have already some classes so that you don't need to create everything from scratch. So those product things are there, but let's see under resources, there is here a class already, but implementation is up to you, which is filled in that solution branch. One of the solutions, because yeah, probably you have more than one. So for those that are willing to try it out, I stay around here on the Zoom session for about an hour. for everyone else, you're free to drop off, do whatever you like, sit in your chair and enjoy other things of life. But tomorrow morning, my morning, 9 o'clock Central European time, we continue then with day 2, where we going into more details for the specific tools for those cloud native, for those microservices. And yeah, I'm sticking around if you have questions, if you have trouble of setting up something or whatever. So thank you already for today, and hopefully we see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Rudy. Will these slides be made available as well with the video presentation?
Slides are already available here in this PDF file.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I see.
But as I said, I push it this evening. I push the latest update because this is from 6 months ago, and I made some changes last Friday. It's all very minor changes, very little, not really important, but I see that I don't have the latest version here. So I will make sure I also push the latest version of the slides.
Marvelous.
Can I paste the link? Yes, I'm pasting the link to that GitHub repo, and then you can find the examples, the exercise, and the PDF. Is there anything else? No. Okay, no specific question for the moment. So I stick around unless everyone drops off, of course. Then I'll also gone.
Just one more question.
Yep.
I won't be able to make tomorrow's session, unfortunately. So will the links to the videos for tomorrow's session, will that be sent via mail?
Yes. It probably will be somewhere next week, so don't expect it this week because, okay, I help the person who does the processing of it by always stopping and starting so that we don't have those blanks of 15 minutes and an hour. Yeah, normally the idea is that we send you those links to the videos of day 1 and day 2 somewhere next week, so that you have access to them.
Thank you, Rudy. Appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
And thanks for the session.
Yep. Enjoy your evening.
You too.